Okay, good evening, everyone. We are on the record. Today is Wednesday, the 24th day of March, 2021. This is a regular meeting of the Jersey City Municipal Council. In effort to adhere to social distancing protocols and best practices imposed by the city and state authorities, the City of Jersey City has canceled all public meetings and closed non-essential services as of March 16, 2020, until further notice. As a result, this council meeting will be held virtually as a video conference with public access. We had a scheduled 6 p.m. start. The clock on my computer is showing 6:03 p.m. May we have a roll call for the commencement of this meeting? Councilperson Ridley.
Here.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Here.
Councilperson Baggiana. You're muted.
It's not says I'm muted.
Okay.
Councilperson Baggiana.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay.
Councilperson Saleh.
Here.
Councilperson Solomon.
Here.
Councilperson Robinson. Not here yet. Councilperson Navarro. Not here yet. Councilperson Rivera. Councilperson Rivera.
Here.
And Council President Waterman.
Here.
We have 7 members in attendance at 6:03 p.m. Can we kindly rise for a moment of silence? Thank you very much. Kindly remain standing as we salute the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. On behalf of Council President Waterman, in accordance with the New Jersey Public Laws of 1975, Chapter 231, the Open Public Meetings Act, known as the Sunshine Law, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by the posting on the bulletin board of City Hall, the first floor of City Hall, which is the annual notice, which is the schedule of meetings and caucuses of the Municipal Council for the calendar year 2021, and filed in the office of the City Clerk on Wednesday, November 12, 2020. In addition, at the time of its preparation, the agenda of this meeting was similarly disseminated on Friday, March 19th, 2021, at 3 p.m. to the Municipal Council, Mayor, Business Administrator, Corporation Council, and the local newspapers, and posted on the city's website. So I can certify as to our total compliance with the Sunshine Law. Okay, if any new council members do come in, just please let me know so then I can mark you present. Before we move on, council members, we need to take care of one order of business, and that's to add item 10.41, resolution 21-266. Which is a resolution authorizing the waiver of the 20-day waiting period pursuant to NJSA 40:69A-181B for Ordinance 21-019. Council members, may I have a motion to add item? I didn't hear who made the motion. I'm sorry.
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Rivera, seconded. I didn't hear the second. Who gave me the second? Okay, I'll get the second to Councilperson Solomon. He was the fastest. On the motion to add item 10.41, resolution 21-266, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiana.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh,
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon,
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson, not here. Councilperson Lavaro,
Aye.
I'll mark you present at 6:07 PM. So we now have 8 council members at 6:07. Councilperson Rivera
Aye.
and Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Robinson absent to add item 10.41, Resolution 21-266. Okay. All right, on to our first reading ordinances. Item 3.1, City Ordinance 21-021, an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 9, Parking for the Disabled of the Jersey City Code, designating a reserved parking space at various locations throughout the city. Item 3.2, City Ordinance 21-022, an ordinance authorizing the execution of a rights-of-way use agreement between the City of Jersey City and Global Inter-Exchange LLC to permit the installation of fiber optic cabling throughout existing inner ducts located in existing underground conduits within certain public rights-of-way for the purpose of providing telecommunication services. Item 3.3, City Ordinance 21-023, an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 8, permit parking, Section 332-58, parking restrictions in residential zones for parking regulation changes on Grove Street. Okay, council members, I'll be taking a vote on items 3.1 through 3.3. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye for introduction.
Okay, Councilperson Robinson, I'm going to mark you present at 6:10 PM. So we now have all 9 council members present at 6:10 PM. Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Items 3.1 through 3.3 are introduced 9-0. Okay, council members and members of the public, we are now entering into our second reading ordinances. So I ask you to make sure you are by your phone, and if you want to speak on a second reading ordinance, please provide us with your full name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the meeting. Okay? On that, I'm going to read our second reading ordinance, item 4.1, City Ordinance 21-016, an ordinance establishing the rate of annual levy to be collected for the Arts and Cultural Trust Fund to create funding sources for arts organizations in the city of Jersey City. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your full name and telephone number, and we will patch you through the meeting. We're trying to get our speaker on the line. Just bear with us. I believe we have our speaker on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hold on. I have two speakers on the line,
Wednesday.
so I believe I don't know who's, to be honest with you. So, okay, I believe Heather. Heather, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Heather, if you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, this is Heather Warfel Sandler. I'm here on behalf of the Jersey City Arts Council.
And can you spell your last name for me?
Yes, WARFEL SANDLER.
SANLDR?
SANDLER, Sandler, like Adam Sandler.
Got it. Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Just calling to support this tax rate for the Arts Trust so that we can get this moving forward. We have been working with the city to build this trust. In the talks when we were leading up to the vote in November, we had expected a rate of a half a penny, and we at that time expected that rate to reach about $800,000 a year. And then we were recently told by the tax assessor that this quarter of a penny will bring closer to $1 million. And so we agreed with the city to focus on the amount of the fund coming in, which is still more than what we had expected, rather than focusing on the rate. So we are in favor of this. We're also happy to keep in line with the open space rate. And just also wanted to add that the Arts Council is really committed to a long-term vision for the arts, and part of that is increasing arts participation. So we thought that being, mutually sympathetic and respectful of what the community is going through in light of the pandemic was also a reason to, keep this quarter penny rate rather than the half. And we're hoping that as the city recovers and also as we're able to show the community what a great investment this Arts Trust is, that the council will be supportive of growing and expanding the rate and the trust in the future. Thank you.
Okay, this is still a public hearing on this ordinance. I believe we have our next speaker on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Yvonne Balser, at the last public meeting.
Yvonne, hold on. I'm going to give you a countdown.
Okay.
Okay, Yvonne, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
At the last public meeting, I said that I would like to know what this would be for a house that received a assessment of $100,000. I mean, $500,000. So I'm hoping that the city can now tell me what would that tax be on that person, because that's really what's important. And as you know, I'm going to say it again, this will not be passed on to people in rent-controlled tenants, even though they voted yes. It will not be passed on to people in affordable housing, even though they voted yes. It's going to be passed on to the small homeowner, which is a difference. The other issue I'm going to bring up again, if this money is being used, I do not want it to be used to attack religion. If I see this is being used to attack religion, especially the Catholic Church, believe me, I will contact the Archdiocese of Newark to complain about it, and they will be here. Because I see a lot of this art that is anti-religion, to the point even today, Hollywood's producing a film in which they have the Blessed Mother as a demon coming out on Good Friday. So a lot of this art is really anti-religion, and let's be honest about it. But if there should not be anything to attack anyone's religion, regardless of religion right now. But I really don't want to see it. But I really want from the city council to tell me what would this be, because I asked it 2 weeks ago when it was first reading, what would the average tax bill be, since you did change it? Does anyone have that figure for me?
No, Yvonne, I'll make sure the BA get it to you, okay?
Thank you very much. So those are my two concerns, is that, and the money should not be used to attack anyone's religion, because this is not exactly what I would call a religious town. in the least. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
This is still a public hearing on Ordinance 21-016. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your full name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the meeting. Okay, this is the last call on the public hearing for City Ordinance 21-016. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your full name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the meeting. Okay, no one else has contacted me through the live event Q&A. May I have a motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 21-016?
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Rivera. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Prinzary. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 21-016, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye. Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Navarro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 21-016 is approved 9-0. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 21-016, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Just want to take a moment to thank the Jersey City Arts Council, the broader arts community, Director of Cultural Affairs, Christine Goodman, and Vernon Richardson, who's an aide to the Mayor's Office, and Liz Barna from our Law Department, who's been amazing through all of this project. As we start to move forward with the Arts Fund, this is a very exciting first step, and it's taken a lot of work and a lot of patience, and I just really appreciate everyone putting in the time to make sure that we're getting the different components right as we move forward to start regranting and start supporting our arts and our arts community. With that, I vote aye.
Excuse me. Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Navarro.
Yeah. Sean, before I cast my vote, can you tell us how many people are on the speaker list?
83 or something.
There's a little more than that because
Okay.
a couple were added right before we started, and I didn't get a chance to update the agenda because we had to start the meeting.
So close to 90?
I think there's maybe two more
Okay.
speakers, and I had two emails that I have statements to read into the record.
Great. Let me say thank you to the arts community. It's been a long road, to the advocates around this who have fought to get a percentage and to see for funding for the arts. Happy to support it at whatever level that the community is comfortable with at this point. That being said, I'm going to reiterate what I've said in the past as we move to the next phase in terms of the funding. process and the allocation of funds to look to depoliticize this and take the politics out of the equation. The second thing that I'm going to add, and I've said this before, I said this long before it went to ballot and when it was voted on and when we first voted on it as a council, is the idea that we've got 85 people here tonight, most of them here to speak on school funding and our school funding situation. And I've said this several years ago when we talked about this arts funding and the opportunity to, while definitely getting funding for the arts, that we need to recognize what our priorities here are in Jersey City and to align our arts funding, some of that money, not all of it, I'm saying, but aligning some of it to with our school funding needs, providing arts education, after school programs in the arts for students, and working in collaboration with our Jersey City Public Schools. So I'm going to emphasize that point again tonight, and I think all of the folks who are out there listening tonight, please keep that in mind. While it's not large amounts of dollars, and I'm not looking to pit people against each other, I'm saying let's work together because the only way we're going to solve this problem is becoming creative and working together to develop solutions around this, and every dollar is going to count. With that, I vote aye.
Thank you, Councilperson Rivera.
I vote aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 21-016 is adopted unanimously 9-0. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.2, City Ordinance 21-017, an ordinance amending Chapter 188, Housing Accommodations and Affordable Housing Compliance. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your full name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the meeting. I believe we have our first speaker on the ordinance. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Yvonne Balser.
Okay, Yvonne, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, I read this ordinance pretty carefully, and on page 6, I noticed that only 20% of housing is supposed to be 3 or more bedrooms. So basically speaking, most of this is for couples. It's not for families, as this council always say we need affordable housing for family. It is not. On page 10, talks about indebtedness, and it talks about we don't want the people to be in debt. Well, excuse me, you put 5,000 people in debt in December who could not afford their housing. You place on their shoulder all the affordable housing that doesn't pay things like the new art tax or the new MUA increase. You place all that debt on them, and you have in here on Section O that you're worried about somebody being in debt for affordable housing, but no concern for people like me. You know, what are we, the slaves of Jersey City? I want to know, and I read this, I don't see anywhere where it talks about there'll be no tax abatements, which means there will be tax abatements. I'm looking through the thing, I couldn't find a section on the financing of this. So I want to know from this city council, when I receive my tax bill, I want to know how much I subsidize rent control and affordable housing. I'm guessing that if someone pays $10,000, it's between 15 to 20% of their tax bill goes for other people, so they can have a comfortable life in Jersey City, while other people lose their houses that you sell their liens to developers, you know, down the road. So 5,000 Jersey City residents, many who, some of them were born in Jersey City, lost their homes, so new people can have cheap housing. And out of that people, took my families, only 20% of that is what we call houses for family, because no family looks for a one bedroom if they have children. So basically, we're subsidizing people coming in more like the couple or the single guys or women. We're not subsidizing families at all. I mean, honestly and truthfully, that's not housing for family is 3 and 4 bedrooms. It is not studio, 1 bedroom, occasionally a couple of 2 bedrooms. That is not housing for families. That's housing for people coming here, maybe from New York City, and trying to find something cheap, and I'm subsidizing them. It's not housing for families at all. When you have only 20% of affordable housing basically for families, and that's only 3 bedrooms. So I find this a scandal. I really want to know on my tax bill how much I am subsidizing, because I think it's absolutely immoral. And I think you guys are breaking the 9th commandment or the 5th commandment on thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's goods, because the goods you're coveting is my home to pay my ability to pay my taxes, because I'm subsidizing them. I actually think you're actually breaking one of God's laws in terms of coveting someone's goods, because it's no reason why I have to pay for someone else, and I don't need reason why it's not in the city's charter that I should subsidize someone else's taxes.
Thanks,
It's
Yvonne.
not in there.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is still a public hearing on Ordinance 21-017. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your full name and telephone number, excuse me, through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the meeting. Okay, this is the last call on for the public hearing on City Ordinance 21-017. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your full name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the meeting. I believe we have someone who wants to be called. Just bear with us. We're just trying to get the speaker on the call. Just bear with us.
Hi, am I on?
Okay, so we have our speaker on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, hi, my name is Andrew Russo.
Okay, Andrew, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. I just wanted to express, thank you for bringing this forward. Raising it from 5% to 20% is a step in the right direction. I share the same concerns. I feel like this is encouraging or limiting it to singles or individuals, or call it transient people who are going to be commuting. My concern is that it's not truly affordable housing, and I agree that I think if you look in the last 10 years, the biggest amount of growth is coming from families. So to solve the problem of displacement, et cetera, we really need to be focused on, it almost should flip the ratio in the other direction. Now, I understand that we can't make developers, do everything. We do want to encourage development in the city. However, affordable housing is really important. I think that creating the division is very smart. What I would like to see is not just with respect to affordable housing, but with respect to also permanent supportive housing. So those who are chronically homeless, for example, maybe I don't know if the division would actually, and this is a question, is the division really going to be tasked with just affordable housing, or are they actually going to tackle issues like homelessness through permanent supportive housing efforts in addition?
Are you still there, Andrew?
Yes, hi. No, I posed a question. I don't know if it's a Q&A or what,
They don't. The council is not required to answer questions. So if you wanted to ask a question, I guess you can try to send an email.
Gotcha. No problem. Okay. So
All
I'll
right.
just state that I would like to see this newly created division work on joint ventures, private-public ventures, RWJ. You've got Barnabas Health, you've got CarePoint, you've got a number of hospitals that would rather see, their expensive repeat visitors go get supportive housing instead with RAF services. And I think that could help reduce the budget as well as save money and provide housing for folks who frankly don't want to leave the area but have no choice, and they don't have really meaningful access to affordable housing. So I applaud you guys for moving a step in the right direction. Let's keep going that direction. Thank you.
This is still a public hearing on City Ordinance 21-017. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your full name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the meeting.
Hello?
Okay, I believe we have our next speaker on the call. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Jean Daly.
Okay, Jean, your time is going to start on my countdown. We're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you very much. I'm going to make this brief. I do agree with the former two callers about affordability needs to be made for families. We have a lot of existing families here that still can't afford their rents. I know many, including myself, actually, but it's leaving families out is a problem. The other thing that I would like to mention, if I may, is that using the equation that they have, which is the the moderate income, whatever 80% of the current moderate income. I don't think that really takes into account those who've been here for decades. So I would actually prefer that it was an average, say, of the last 10 years of the moderate income, because as we know, we're getting a lot of people moving into these luxury high rises. Other people are getting shoved out because they can't afford the rent, they can't afford the taxes, however. So therefore, this moderate income is going to keep on going higher and higher and higher and higher. Yet there's a number of us who are still stuck in that same wage gap or wage category that we've been in for quite some time. So I would ask that at least if you're going to do the median income, it should be an average of, say, the past 10 years. So that to me would also help the seniors and others that are really struggling. Thank you for your time. Bye.
This is still a public hearing on Ordinance 21-017. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your full name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the meeting. Okay, this is the last call for the public hearing on City Ordinance 21-017. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your full name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the meeting.
Motion?
Okay, no one else has contacted me through the live event Q&A. May I have a motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 21-017?
Motion.
Motion made by Council President Waterman. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Rivera. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 21-017, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
He looks frozen.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavarro.
Aye to close.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 21-017 is approved unanimously 9-0. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 21-017, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Excuse me. Councilperson Sol.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavarro.
Just a few comments before I cast my vote. The first being to the comments about having affordable units for families. Completely agree with speakers around that. According to the way the law is, the ordinance is written, 20% of the units are for efficiency in one-bedroom units, 30% for two-bedroom units, 20% for three-bedroom units, and beyond that 70%, the rest are allocated among two- and three-bedroom units. And it indicates further in the ordinance that two bedrooms shall be affordable to a three-person household, and then three bedrooms affordable to both four and essentially five-person households. So there are a number of units as dedicated within these standards for families. I mean, it's intended to address that. Maybe it could be larger families as well, but that's the kind of the distribution of the units. The second thing I just wanted to address was to Andrew. You made a comment regarding increasing it from 5 to 20%. I'm sorry to disappoint you. This, in fact, does not do that. I would like to see that myself. It doesn't actually do that. The Chapter 187, which was enacted and which I opposed back in October of 2020, establishes the minimum affordable housing requirement for any projects that qualify under the inclusionary zoning ordinance at a minimum of 5%, but developers still have the option to buy out for the 20%. These rules simply establish how to govern those units that are essentially included within those developments that fall under Chapter 187, and maybe some other situations as well. That being said, there's two last points I want to make. The last being in Chapter 188-14. I had talked at length on first reading about language in there that it has to do with violations, defaults, and remedies. And it reads that if the developer does not reply or correct a violation within the time specified, and the violation would be a non-compliance by not providing the affordable units themselves, or not complying with the bedroom distributions and things of that nature, or other compliance requirements around affordable housing. It says if the developer does not reply or correct the violation within the time specified, the director may declare the developer in default. And I've made the point that I would like to see that language amended during first reading to say the developer shall declare the developer in default. I had a healthy discussion with the director around this. While I think we have some disagreement around this, in the past, I've literally witnessed affordable housing units that developers have said to me, I couldn't find a tenant for my affordable housing unit. And so they hadn't filled, they put market rate, made them market rate units instead of affordable units. We've literally witnessed 333 Grand Street, and there's an entire 3-part story in Jersey City Times about how developers have skirted the law and being able to build penthouses and that were not approved and authorized. And then now more recently, we see stories about potential payroll tax amnesty, and to the 95 people out there who are probably here to speak on the school funding, the idea of a payroll tax amnesty and letting developers who have been discovered to not be paying their payroll taxes kind of let them off the hook. And so the idea that when they're held in violation of default, that the language isn't stringent enough to hold them to account, is I think a mistake. We should write it more stringently, in my humble opinion. That being said, I have a lot of respect for this director. She's very competent and a good, and I believe that she'll do a good job here. And so normally I wouldn't say, I would tell you this, and I hope I don't regret this, but normally I wouldn't decide to have a law written to accommodate or to, because I think that the director will be able to written to the skill sets of the developer, but rather I would expect it to be written, not expecting necessarily that the director would necessarily be the most skilled person, right? So you write the law regardless of who's kind of occupying the office, is what I'm saying there. That being said, I do have a lot of respect. She's put a lot of work into this, and I have confidence that she'll hold developers to account. So for that reason, I'm not going to move to amend this this language around that. The last point I want to make is I had intended to come into this council meeting with a number of amendments. As the folks out there in the audience will attest, there's been a lot going on in the past week that I haven't really been able to pull together some of the amendments at this point. I'll look to introduce a separate ordinance with a number of different additions and amendments to Chapter 188, which I'll talk about another time. With that being said, I vote aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
I vote aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 21-017 is approved unanimously 9-0. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.3, City Ordinance 21-018, an ordinance authorizing the City of Jersey City to renew the leases of Block 389, lots 19 and 20. Excuse me, 174-176 Brunswick Street, Block 3002, Lot 2, 285 Ogden Avenue, Block 5202, Lots 28 and 29, 105 Ogden Avenue, and Block 1905, Lot 36, 447 Martin Luther King Drive, as a part of the city's Adopt a Lot Community Garden Program. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your full name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we'll patch you through the meeting. Okay, this is the last call on the public hearing for City Ordinance 21-018. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your full name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the meeting. Okay, council members, no one has contacted me through the live event Q&A. May I have a motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 21-018?
Motion.
Motion by Councilperson Ridley.
Yes.
Thank you. And may I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Prinzary. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 21-018, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavarro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 9-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 21-018. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 21-018, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavarro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 21-018 is adopted unanimously 9-0. Okay. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.4, City Ordinance 21-019, an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 3, Parking, Standing, and Stopping, Section 332-22, Parking Prohibited at All Times, and supplementing Section 332-31, Parking Restrictions for Street Cleaning Purposes, and supplementing Article 7, Metered Parking, Section 332-48B, designation of parking spaces for parking regulation changes in the area between Hoboken City Line and 14th Street. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your full name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the meeting. Okay, this is the final call on the public hearing for City Ordinance 21-019. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your full name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the meeting. Okay, council members, no one has contacted me through the live event Q&A. May I have a motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 21-019?
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Rivera. May I have a second?
Second.
Second.
I'm going to give that second to the council president. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 21-019, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson. Councilperson Robinson.
Maybe you got knocked off. Go ahead, Sean.
Okay. Councilperson Lavarro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Robinson absent to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 21-019. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 21-019, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson is not back with us yet? No. Okay. Councilperson Lavarro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 21-019 is adopted 8-0 with Councilperson Robinson absent. Okay, on to our last and final second reading ordinance, item 4.5, City Ordinance 21-020, an ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City to rescind the in need of redevelopment status from the Webster Avenue redevelopment plan and to adopt the regulations as a regular zone in the Jersey City Land Development Ordinance as 345-40.2 R1W Webster Avenue Housing District. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your full name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the meeting. Okay, this is the last call on the public hearing on City Ordinance 21-020. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your full name and telephone number, and we will, through the live event Q&A, and we'll patch you through the meeting. Okay, council members, no one has contacted me through the live event Q&A. May I have a motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 21-020?
Motion.
Second.
Motion made by Councilperson Rivera, seconded by Councilperson Prinzary. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 21-020, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajano,
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh,
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
It looks like Councilperson Robinson is not back. Councilperson Navarro,
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera,
Aye.
and Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Robinson absent to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 21-020 for final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 21-020. Councilperson Ridley,
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary,
Aye.
Councilperson Bajano,
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh,
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye. Sorry, my Wi-Fi connection dropped.
It's okay. We'll catch you up. Councilperson Navarro,
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera,
Aye.
and Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 21-020 is adopted unanimously, 9-0. So Councilperson Robinson, if I can just catch you up, take your vote on only the one ordinance, which is 21-019.
Aye.
Okay. So if I can just recap, City Ordinance 21-019 is adopted unanimously, 9-0. Okay. All right, so now we're going to be moving on to our public hearing. Request for a public hearing, we will be calling the public speakers in the order that they're listed. Please stay by your phones, members of the public, and we're only going to be calling you one time. If you do not answer the phone or it goes to voicemail, we will not be calling you back. We will just skip you and move on to the next speaker. We have a lengthy list of speakers for tonight's agenda. We have 87, actually. I had
Before you
two.
begin, can I, Council President? This is
Yeah.
Councilman Navarro. I just noticed that Commissioner Walker and Mayor Fulop were at the end of the list. I just thought that maybe the courtesy we afford to elected officials, since they're at the very end there, that we may want to extend that courtesy to them as elected officials.
I did extend that courtesy. I don't know if Commissioner Walker would like to speak, but the mayor, he'll wait.
Okay.
Okay, so I have two members of the public that sent me emails.
Okay.
Before we move into the public speakers, I'd like to read them into the record. Alexander Hamilton wanted me to read this statement. It is time for a change in the way that we fund our public schools in Jersey City. It is a time for our children to be the top priority in our city. Our children deserve their schools to provide the education that they need. Jersey City public schools are going to face another budget deficit of about $100 million next year from future state aid cuts. This is not a problem that we can tax our way out of by continuing to put this burden on our community. The tax levy for our schools increased $50 million last year, has been approved to increase by another $85 million this year, and is on course for $100 million increase next year. The Jersey City Board of Education needs help and real solutions by working with the city and state to come up with long-term sustainable plan. I am calling on our mayor, city council members, my fellow Board of Education members, and the current Jersey City Public School Administration to make our children the top priority moving forward. Only together we can get out of the crisis that we are in. I urge these governing bodies to work together to create the change that our children so desperately. I support a plan to start a committee made up of the Jersey City Council and the Jersey City Board of Education members to meet at least once a month to start discussing what we can do. We need to start talking about the budget for 2022-2023, and not wait until it is too late. I would also like these meetings made available for the public to see and monitor our progress. Lastly, I want to personally plead with the state of New Jersey to stop taking funds away from the Jersey City Public Schools and help by partnering with us moving forward. That's Alexander Hamilton. One last one. I have Ingrid Paradis. Okay. She says, I'm writing to ask the City Council to table this resolution and prioritize Jersey City Public Schools. And I'm a scientist born and raised in Jersey City, and alumni of McNair Academic. As much as I love science and cannot support the construction of a STEM high school that will clearly add to the city's gentrification problem. The money being spent on creating a county-wide school should be instead vested in supporting our existing city schools. Yes, to uplift the STEM education, but education, period. This Sci-Tech City program makes Jersey City look innovative on paper, but these efforts are hollow if it does not address the issues our schools already face. Again, I ask the City Council to table this resolution. All right, council members, those were the two individuals that contacted me and emailed me for statements that I needed to read into the record. We are now going to move to our public speaking portion of the meeting. I believe we have our first speaker on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Yvonne Balser.
Okay, Yvonne, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. Last month, I asked for copies of the Bayfront resolution on things. I have not received it. I'm hoping that I received the information. Now I want to talk about this high school, or this school being built in Liberty State Park. In 2015, the mayor sent down a press release saying that he sold property for $24 million to the Jersey City Medical Center. And he was really proud of this because the previous administration, the Healy administration, was only going to get $10 million. He's getting $24 million for the same property. So I bring this up because the city told us way back then that the land, the 16 acres, was worthless, totally worthless, and it, so we can transfer it to them. That's a lie, because if 16 acres are worthless, then what is a plot of land worth $24 million? I mean, that does not make sense at all. The second issue I want to bring up is the fact that I attended those meetings. And what the people said who got the land for $10 is that they would do fundraising. Well, fundraising does not mean taking my tax dollars. Again, you're talking about $2 million a year for this, another $1 million from taxpayers on the art tax, the MUA increase, the Board of Ed increase. What am I, an ATM machine? This is ridiculous. This is what I'm trying to say. You want to talk about affordable housing, and you're taxing the homeowners to death. We have public schools. If you want your child in a private school, do what I did. Put them in private school like I did in Catholic schools. But don't tell me I should support something else. I realize there's an obligation, and me as a citizen, to support public schools. I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem supporting it while people in affordable housing who use it don't pay it. I have a problem with that. Yes, I do. But in terms of me, putting in another school, what is this? Well, this is all socialism, for God's sakes. It's wrong. And it was a scam to give that very low assessment on the 16 acres, saying it was worthless, while the city is tooting its own horn on January 7, 2015, saying how the city outdid the Healy administration by getting $24 million instead of $10 million, which is basically in the same area. This is ridiculous. Let them keep their promise of doing their fundraise. I believe they're going to raise something like 60 or 70 million bucks. Fine, let them raise the money. But raising the money does not mean I get more taxes. there is a point of no return. If 5,000 people went in tax lien last year, how many do you think is going to go into tax lien this year? We didn't have yard tax. We didn't have the MUA increase. We did not have all the Board of Ed increase. We have all these increases, and here you are wanting us now to bail out another county school. This is ridiculous.
Thank you. Thank you, Yvonne.
Bye.
Okay. I believe we have our next speaker on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please. Hello? Is our next speaker on the line?
Yes. Can you hear me, please?
Yes. Can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Surrender Malhan. SURENDRMALHAN.
Okay. Your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello. Good evening. Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for the opportunity given to speak. I will be very brief. My background, I did a master's in computer science from IIT, a top university in India, and I graduated from the National Defense Academy, which is the top military academy out there. I served for 11 years in the Indian Army, left as a captain on medical grounds, came here in '95, and started my business as software services firm. Alongside my military career, I was doing social work, community welfare work, which was highly intellectual in nature, what it was, studying and guiding the mental, moral, psychological development of children. I used to give lectures in various schools. I used to be invited to give lectures in various schools. Here I combined my business model. In business, I combined the social work with business in the sense that I take people who have not been able to find work at all and train them painstakingly for 6 to 12 months in some of the cutting-edge software technologies, and then we identify clients like Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, etc., who want our services. Now, in 2003, I met 2 ladies in Ukraine, and these 2 ladies from Ukraine, they used me to come to America, and they worked in my business for 7 years. I hope I'm audible. So they stole money helter-skelter. They stole about $500,000 from me and my business, gave birth to 2 children to even cover up the scam. And when they got their green card in February 2011, they filed for divorce. And 10 years have passed. The divorce is still going on. And my business is driven bankrupt. I'm driven bankrupt. I would like every council, I would like to ask every council member just maybe 2 or 3 questions that if a human being living in Jersey City, if his First and 14th Amendment rights are being violated, would you like to know? That's one question. You need not answer. Second is that if a citizen, of Jersey City, if a person living in Jersey City is a victim of horrendous crime, maybe at the hands of government or maybe at the hands of Korean government for all you care, but would you like to know that? And I will email out to each of you a draft of this question and ask you that if you can please give me a response, because I'm filing a summary judgment motion in the in the district court, and I would like to attach your reply with that yes, here are council members from the Jersey City.
Sir, your time is up.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, I believe we have our next speaker on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, good evening. My name is Ronald Greco.
Okay, Ronald, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, good evening, City Council members. I'm calling to respectfully ask that you reconsider agenda item 10.35. While I am a great advocate for education, I'm a lifelong educator at Lincoln High School in Jersey City, also a property owner in Jersey City, and also, as you know, the president of the Jersey City Education Association. Besides working with management at the Board of Education, one of our main goals is to ensure and try to continue to cultivate a great education for all of our students. We advocate for better facilities, for improved curriculum from the state of New Jersey, and also for social and economic well-being of our children. Speaking also as a double taxpayer in Jersey City, with assisting a family member also in paying taxes, we feel the squeeze, we feel the hurt when each time the school board has to seek to raise the levy because of the drastic cuts from the state of New Jersey, because of the reconfiguration of the state aid. I truly believe that it is the municipality's responsibility to work with the Board of Education and not just have statements from the municipality's leader, Mayor Fulop, saying they're responsible, they're not responsive, they don't work with me. We have to sit down and we have to come up with a way to fully fund our public schools. It is incumbent upon the city to fund the public schools. While I am all for another county school and a school that will be built in conjunction with Liberty Science Center, I think it is very unfair to the taxpayers of Jersey City, and it is also unfair to the children of Jersey City that you would consider investing, after 30 years, upwards of almost $80 million to a school that you and I, let's be realistic, they're not going to admit the average Jersey City child. If you can give $2 million a year plus interest to a school that is going to be flush with cash from people that sit on a board who are very wealthy millionaires, I think you should also be looking and touring the Jersey City schools. We have the opportunity to expand upon the great STEM programs we have here, but you know what? We could use an infusion of cash to upgrade some of our science laboratories and math laboratories in our schools. So I ask you to respectfully reconsider this tonight before you just hopefully don't all blindly vote on this after listening to all the speakers. And at the very least, you should table this and engage in some dialogue with the superintendent of schools. Thank you very much. Wish you all continued health. Have a good evening.
Okay, thank you, Ronald. Next speaker, you're on the line. Andrew?
Yes, hi. Yes, hi. How is everybody?
Hi, Andrew. We're well. Can you just state your name for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Andrew Sheldon, and I live in Ward B.
Okay, Andrew, you're going to talk on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, wonderful. Well, I want to thank everybody for allowing me to speak tonight. I don't have an issue that is currently up for vote or anything, but I do have a story. Last week, during some routine maintenance, PSE&G shut off my gas, and their contractor, Chemsco, shut off my gas to do routine maintenance and left the site without informing anyone in my house that they did not connect us to a gas line. This was on the evening of March 15th. And that evening, temperatures dropped below freezing. And so without notice, we were left without heat or hot water in freezing temperatures. Thankfully, everybody that I live with is healthy. We don't have any young kids. We don't, nobody is elderly. But it raised a question for me because I am aware that there is a law or an ordinance in regard to shutting off people's gas at their residence for non-payment. So I've spoken with PSE&G, and they would say that in this instance, that ordinance doesn't apply. And I also spoke to somebody at City Hall who unfortunately told me that there was nothing they could do for me by the time my gas was back on. by the time City Hall was open, my gas was back on the next morning, but everybody in my house had to spend the night without heat. And so I guess I'm posing it to City Council because it seems like the incentive, the financial incentive is obviously if they're out of work, if it means going over, it's, you know, the financial incentive for the company is to not pay overtime to the workers. It's to bring this in on budget, and I get that. And so it feels incumbent, you know, upon the city to create an ordinance, if there isn't one, to protect residents from such a thing happening again. Because I get it, for a company, the bottom line is the bottom line. And I'm in disbelief that this happens. And I don't want it to happen again to anybody else. Obviously, thankfully, it's going to be warmer for the next couple of months. But yeah, it's just a general concern. And I'm not sure if there are ordinances, you know, but if there isn't, I think that this is something that should be addressed. There should be protection for citizens so that they're not left without heat in the winter months for things like routine construction. So that's just my concern, and I wanted to bring it to the city council because I was told by City Hall there was nothing that could be done. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Andrew. As per the courtesy of afforded elected officials, we have Commissioner Walker on the line. Commissioner?
Hey guys, how you doing? Good evening, everyone. Commissioner Walker from the District 3. Just want to talk a little bit about Sawtech City and give some facts to the issue.
Commissioner, I'm going to give you a countdown. You can start in 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
Go.
Okay, the countdown. I like that. Commissioner Walker, District 3. Just want to shed a little light and give some facts to Sawtech City. You know, I'm an advocate, been in, you know, a long time resident of Jersey City. I'm an advocate for education. Education to me is the #1 key to turn our community around. And I believe we need more opportunity than less. And one of the things I want to get clear tonight from the county perspective is that we, from the county perspective, we 100% on board with in terms of the people that's going to be attending this school. And one of the things my colleague said that we're going to put in our MOU moving forward, that, you know, a percentage, we're calling it 60% of the kids that's going to be going to the school that's going to come from Jersey City. So we want to add that, and we want to also let you guys know that it's not just on the city. If this deal goes through, 59% of it is going to be coming from the state. So we still have to, you know, talk to the state about it, et cetera. And I know there's a lot of different opinions out there, and I know, you know, it's like almost like it's lumping this situation into the shortcomings of the Board of Education. But it is, to be clear, it is a public school, is a county school, and I got to tell you, our county schools is wonderful. And just to have a different option for our youth to go to, you know, quality school is most beneficial for our community. And I get calls all the time on trying to figure out how to get some of our students to go to the county schools, and it's going to be governed with our county board that governs all our county schools. So, you know, we have a lot of leverage in terms of who's going to participate in this school, and we're going to be working at closely. And I think in the MOU, the only leverage that you know, the Science Center has in terms of personnel is having recommendations for the principal. So with that being said, we do have a lot of leverage in terms of, you know, how this thing gonna be rolling out. And like I said, this is something that's based on, you know, the whole dynamic of, you know, the funding sources with the city, the county, and the state. So I know there's a lot of, you know, rhetoric out there in terms of, you know, oh, this, you know, why are we taking $2 million from our schools, et cetera. But you know, I think $2 million with an investment like this is going to come. It's going to be a good one. And just to put on a record, also, you know, the Science Center has to do all this, you know, remediation. They have to do all all the soft costs. All this is not going to cost the city anything. The city actually won't even be kicking in, I believe, for another 6 years. So I believe that. You know, this is a good situation because, look, we need more quality schools and we need more space for our kids. You know, Jersey City is an ever-growing city, and, you know, there's something to be said for within that community. It's going to be in that little area, the Lafayette community, is going to be another 20,000
Commissioner Walker,
residents. Yes.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
My time is up. That was 5 minutes. That was quick.
3 minutes, sir. 3
Okay.
minutes.
Oh, 3 minutes. You guys changed it. All right. All right. Well, this is a great thing for the municipal investment, right? So, all right, that's it. That's my whole 2 cents, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, we have our next speaker on the line. Kristen?
Yes, this is Kristen Zadroga Hart.
Okay.
4 years ago this week,
Kristen?
I stood in a pack. Yes?
I'm sorry, I'm just gonna give you a countdown.
It's okay.
You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, council members. 4 years ago this week, I stood in a packed council chamber, listening to speaker after speaker ask questions, seek additional information, and want to understand how the city could just give away millions of dollars worth of land for a school that we knew little about or had been given any information on. The process has been yet another closed-door deal that we've become accustomed to over the past 8 years. At that meeting, it was stated that the project did not have shovels in the ground within 3 years, that the land would revert back to the city. That was 4 years ago. We were also told that the school would be a Jersey City public school. Councilman Robinson agreed to vote for giving the land away because he wanted the children of Ward F to be able to benefit from the school so they could become astronauts, brain surgeons, and engineers. As it turns out, since it was announced that this would now be a county school, SciTech City will benefit few, if even any, students from Ward F. There are no guarantees in this. I wonder if this would have changed your vote, Councilman. As council people, you are all elected by the citizens of Jersey City to serve the needs of the citizens of Jersey City. You're not elected to serve the needs of people in Bayonne, North Bergen, or any other town in Hudson County. So why would you vote to give away prime real estate, probably some of the most expensive land in the country, and $81 million over the course of the MOU on top of what we already pay in county taxes, when no other town is doing the same thing? Where is that money coming from every year? Mayor Fulop has posted that he discussed this being a Jersey City public school with the former superintendent, and she would not support the project. We've had a new superintendent for over 2 years. What may or may not have been discussed with the previous superintendent should have no bearing at this point. SciTech City sounds like an amazing opportunity, but why does Jersey City have to bear the burden of so much on this project? Shouldn't tech companies be knocking down our doors to fund every penny of this? It should not fall on the taxpayers of Jersey City to pay the lion's share of this and pull the rest of the county along on our backs. It's just not fair when you look at the fact that the city has been drastically underfunding our own schools for years. I'm not opposed to the school, its concept, or providing Jersey City students with every opportunity available to make sure they can be as successful as possible. I just ask that you focus your efforts on our students right here in Jersey City and not subsidizing other municipalities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kristen. We have our next speaker on the line. Leslie, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Leslie Lone.
Okay, Leslie, you're going to begin in 3, 2, 1, go.
I am a property owner and taxpayer in Ward F. I'm urging the council to vote no on tonight's resolution regarding SciTech City. I'm especially urging my own councilman, Jermaine Robinson, to vote no, or at the very least recuse himself from the vote. I would like to remind Councilman Robinson about a Morris Canal community meeting in late 2016 that he attended with Paul Hoffman, the CEO of Liberty Science Center, where promises were made to the community about the whole project being for the benefit of Ward F and its school children. I would also like to remind Councilman Robinson of his own words at the March 22nd, 2017 council meeting when the city approved the sale of the land for SciTech for $10, in which he said, I quote, "My vision is for the children of Ward F to become astronauts, brain surgeons, engineers, architects, and tech-savvy gurus." Well, Councilman, approving this resolution will not see those dreams come to fruition. You cannot claim to be a voice of the voiceless, those are your words, by the way, and vote yes on this resolution. For far too long, you've been selling out our community, and now you are doing it at our own children's expense. Thank you. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you, Leslie. We have our next speaker on the line.
Yes,
Dana,
good evening.
can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Dana Patton.
Okay, Dana, you're going to begin in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. I'm a Ward F resident, and I'm an active resident of Jersey City since 2003. I'd like to unpack some of the lies we've already uncovered about SciTech City since 2017 for you, in case you aren't aware of all of them. So the first lie is that our contribution as citizens of Jersey City to get this science community in school was gifting the 12.5 acres of incredibly valuable land. Now we know they want more. They want a 30-year commitment of millions of dollars a year, even though that was how it was sold to residents. We're giving the land. The second lie is that we would get K through 12 schools. Now we know it's only a high school. The third lie is that it would be Jersey City schools, solely benefiting Jersey City public school students. Now we know it's a county school. And the best case scenario, which I don't believe they'll honor, is that 60% would be Jersey City kids. That'd be 240 children. That represents an opportunity for less than 1%, 0.008 of the more than 30,000 Jersey City public school students. And they may have to compete with the K through 8 private school students in Jersey City for those spots. The fourth lie is that in 2017, during a meeting, it was said that if construction didn't start within 3 years, the land would revert back to the city. That didn't happen. The fifth lie was that when they were asked recently if other municipalities in Hudson County were agreeing to this, the answer was, I don't know. I'm sorry, you don't know? Clearly, if other towns had passed resolutions to pay, in addition to the county taxes we already pay, they would definitely know that. And they'd be saying, look, everyone else agrees. With all these lies piled on top of each other, I don't see how you can justify voting to make this long-term financial commitment on behalf of your constituents, especially when the Jersey City public school system has been underfunded for more than a decade, and the city isn't even following up on who isn't paying the payroll taxes that were supposed to help offset the millions of dollars of state funding that we are losing. And since Councilmember Robinson is on the board of SciTech City, he should definitely abstain from voting. It is a conflict of interest. And I'd personally like to apologize to the late Councilman Yoon. And I'm sorry that I didn't get to do it before he passed away, because he warned us that this is exactly what would happen. These were empty promises, and we didn't have enough information in writing to justify the land grab. And he was right. I'm sorry, Councilman Yoon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dana. Our next speaker.
Amanda, I'm sorry, Council President, Councilman LaVargan. I don't know if it was just me that did it cut out just from me on my side or during Dana's speech, or did everyone hear that okay?
I heard the speech, but my screen is frozen.
Right.
Okay, then it was just me. It's okay.
Okay, go ahead, Amanda.
Okay. Is everyone's screen okay at this point?
Yes.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So speaker 5.8, their call went to voicemail, so we're moving on to 5.9. Chris, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you say your name for the record, please?
Chris Gaston.
Okay, you're going to go on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Well, good evening, Council. In March of 2017, I can clearly remember that I was the only one on Council really talking about the public school and the SciTech City project. I was adamant about the school in SciTech City being a school within the Jersey City Public School District. And until the final vote, I was under the impression that the redevelopment agreement would be amended to say as such. The mayor lied to me about the language in the redevelopment agreement. I thought I could work with the mayor. I even dedicated my Facebook to answering any question about SciTech City to give the public clarity on the project. And I asked questions such as, will this be a traditional Jersey City public school? And the mayor said, yes, this will be a Jersey City traditional public school. The cost of the schools recently constructed in Jersey City would be more than $50,000, and it's going to be within South-Tech City. There's going to be no cost to taxpayers. Up until the week of the vote, I spoke with the mayor and I said, listen, I didn't see any changes inside of the redevelopment agreement. And he had said, listen, Chris, whether this is a public school, a K-12 district charter, K-5, the discussion is going to have to go to the Board of Ed in the state of New Jersey. This is not about traffic studies or the design of the school. It's about the transferring of the land. Please know that there's a million reasons that you can point out to be for or against this, but they did add the language for a public school last night, and that was before the redevelopment meeting, and that never happened. And the things to understand that the city, it never had a conversation at all with the Board of Education. I asked Dr. Lyles myself. I asked a lot of other people. I said, did the city have any conversation with you? And they said, no. The only conversation was for that project down on Columbus with the 16 annex. Paul Hoffman lied. We sat inside a caucus meetings. He said the school was going to be dedicated to Jersey City students. And I stated all this because as financial stewards with taxpayer money, the council should be very selfish when spending Jersey City money, especially since we gave Liberty Science Center a huge plot of land that was at a discounted price. And the questions I have, like, was the council aware of any changes in the original redevelopment agreement to incorporate Hudson County School of Technology when the partnership was first announced in November? I was told at that time that any new changes to the original redevelopment agreement would come before council. I urge everyone to vote no on this. That MOU with Liberty Science High School, giving it $2 million for 30 years is crazy, right? You should only give that type of money to Jersey City students, especially when other municipalities are not paying what we are paying. With the discussion of adequately funding the Jersey City Public School, Mayor Phillip wants to adequately fund the Hudson County School of Technologies. So let's just take care of Jersey City students first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chris. We have our next speaker on the line. Can you state your name for the record?
Rose, and the last name is Murray, M-U-R-R-A-Y.
Okay, Rose, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, good evening. My name is Rose Murray, and I am a Jersey City public school teacher. I ask that you table the resolution making an investment of $81 million into Sci-Tech City School and commit to providing an equivalent amount of funding to each of our Jersey City public schools at the rate of $2 million per school, increased at 2% per annum. As Mr. Young once said, he voted to make sure that he would leave this place a better place for his grandchildren. Please do not scapegoat the Jersey City Board of Ed. Governor Tom Kean already did that in the late 80s when the state initiated its occupation of our schools. In 2017, at the time when this resolution was rushed through, the Jersey City public schools were still under state control and could not bond for capital expenditures because we had to defer to the SDA because we were an SDA district. Also, many updates to our schools could not be made because of the 2% cap that Chris Christie had placed on Abbott schools. When we began transitioning to local control in 2018, this SFRA was initiated, which cuts our adjustment aid, which is why the payroll tax sponsored by Sandra Cunningham was passed by this city council. It was to offset the loss of adjustment aid. I am very upset that there is so much outrage when Mr. Fireman was going to build on a bird sanctuary, but silenced when his philanthropic funds are being used to build a school in Ward F. This is very similar to what is happening in Camden, which has seen their student enrollment drop and neighborhood schools shutter. As an ESL teacher in the Jersey City Public Schools, I ask that you table this resolution on behalf of my students whose parents' first language is not English, for our many special education students who attend our wonderful special ed programs, and for the sake of all the students in Jersey City who are not represented and seem to be invisible to elected officials who are charged with legislating good governance on their behalf. There was one proposition that when I listened to the meeting in 2017 by Mr. Richardson speaking on his own behalf about building a state-of-the-art education facility. For a few reasons, it would serve the most vulnerable. A large amount of the Jersey City school budget is used to send students with special needs outside of the city to receive services, so the tuition for that is very high. And the budget pays, a lot of the budget pays for transportation. Therefore, I would ask that you table this resolution. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have our next speaker on the line. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Jacqueline Shannon.
Okay, Jacqueline, you're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening. I'm also asking that you table or vote no on this plan. Why is Jersey City going to be the only district, the only city funding a county school? It just doesn't seem to make sense to me. Yes, the city does put large dollar amounts, as what the mayor said, towards the regular public school system, but those large dollar amounts do not match the necessary funding. They do not match the percent of the city's budget that they should, according and compared with all the other districts. We already have a world-class science program in Jersey City. We at McNair have had students win the Google Science Fair. We routinely award-winning science program. So no problem with competition, but it should be paid for by the county if it's going to be run by the county. Guaranteeing 100 Jersey City students is kind of like, that's just not helpful, because I'm sure why wouldn't those 100 Jersey City students get in themselves? There is no reason that the city should keep giving giveaways to this organization. We already gave them the land. What's done is done. Now somebody else can find the funding for the school, and you should revert those funds to the Jersey City Public Schools and all the students in this city, not just the ones that can get into a selective county program. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jacqueline. We have our next caller on the line. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Esther Wintner.
Okay, Esther, you're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening. I'm just going to get right down to the bottom line. So I want to be clear about a few things. Jersey City donated, not leased, but donated 16 acres of public property to Liberty Science Center for this project. And at the time, the administration referred to this property as valueless. And the public stood up to this, but this was a major transfer of wealth from public to private. And now this will be a county school, which will be part of SciTech City, not a public school. I want that to be clear. I don't have an issue with the county school going up there. That is not my point. I just looked at the agreement that I have a copy of, a final agreement between the JCRA and SciTech that states that this is supposed to be a traditional public school K through 12, not a high school. So my first question is, was this agreement amended with the JCRA to fit your needs? Or does it remain as it is? Because if it remains as it is, you need to take this off the table. Now, last week, the Jersey City Public Schools voted on a budget that's going to increase our property taxes, the average homeowner, by about $1,000 a home. And this is in large part due to the fact that the public schools have been underfunded, mostly due to abatements, 70 of which were approved under this administration. Now you're going to vote on a resolution to give $2 million a year on top of the 16 acres that we gave while our own schools go underfunded. Municipal spending is increasing. Our garbage contract is moved over to the MUA. That's going to go up. The mayor refused to commit in writing to have this school have 60% of Jersey City children at the caucus meeting. I heard him say it. And so all I'm going to say is the county school should be paid from the county taxes. Let Tom DeGeeves figure it out. And if they need to raise the taxes to pay for it, then let them figure it out and let them answer to the public. This is not something that we need to contribute to. We've already done that. We pay our county taxes in addition to municipal taxes, in addition to school taxes. Why would we kick in more money for what we already pay for on top of the generous gift that we've given of precious land? I've said this to you before and I will say it again. What are you doing? People can no longer afford this. You're breaking the backs of the average homeowner, the little guy in this community, and you're pushing people out. And now it's so blatant in our face, and you guys are just the enablers. So I ask you to vote no on this and put this thing to rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. We have our next speaker on the line. If you can state your name for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Jean Daly.
Okay, Jean, you're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you very much. No one can say it better than Esther. It's what she's saying is completely correct. I think it's a joke. I don't know who needs their back patted and is making this deal. I think it's ridiculous. Our regular public schools are suffering tremendously. My son is a high school sophomore. He's never dissected anything, and he's never even seen a Bunsen burner. So if you're telling me that we need a special sci-tech, whatever, that's a bunch of malarkey, because our own public schools and our own children need it. They need to be taught the sciences and with proper equipment. We don't even have the equipment. Secondly, what it basically boils down to is we got holes in our pockets. We got big spending. No one is looking at the budget. No one's taking any money into account. It's just spend, 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 spend. Which is absurd because none of you would do it unless, well, you go into bankruptcy, which is probably what the city needs to do so we get a proper accounting of everything. So one thing that is also, if we're going to get back to spending tons of money, let's look at this the arts tax. Why do we need this arts tax? Because the original powerhouse art district, the Waldo area, was passed in 2004, the redevelopment plan in 2004. At that time, there were supposed to be art, subsidized art rentals. There were supposed to be studio spaces. There were supposed to be tons of things devoted specifically for artists, musicians, writers that were supposed to be put in that district. And over the years, if you start looking at the original one from 2004 and start looking at all the amendments that happened to this, see how none of it transpired. All of it just disappeared. Who benefited? The developers. So now we, the taxpayers or residents, have to pay for an additional art tax, whereas we had it all in the infrastructure. It was there to be had, and you guys gave it away. So I urge everyone, look at that original Powerhouse Arts District redevelopment plan and see every single amendment and how nothing exists anymore. So it's shameful. Everything's given to developers. Another waste of money, not a waste of money, but this city does not know how to think. I'm going to speak about the reservoir. These plans with this construction company is absurd. You don't try to turn something into the Central Park Reservoir. You don't try to turn it into South Mountain Reservoir. As a matter of fact, you want to do something smart and cheap or cheaper? You lay down a wooden boardwalk like many nature trails do. You don't have to dig in the ground. You don't have to disrupt the soil or the nature. And there already is a switchback, a ramp that's already in the physicality of the reservoir itself.
Okay,
so
Jean,
this waste of money is really, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Sorry for the rant.
No worries. Have a good night. We have our next speaker on the line. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Vidya Gangadin.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your name again?
Vidya Gangadin.
Okay, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, Madam President and council member and staff. My name is Vidya Gangadin, a Jersey City resident, homeowner, and a public school parent. Thank you for your leadership in moving Jersey City forward, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. In regards to Resolution 21-260, the new county public school at SciTech City, Liberty Science Center. As a resident, taxpayer, and a public school parent, this is a great addition and opportunity for Jersey City residents. With choices available, brings different opportunities and experiences for our children to compete globally. When you are that parent seeking the best high school based on your child's educational interest, only then you realize that the demand is far more than what is available. Having completed high school applications with high hopes to be accepted into a school of your choice, and then later received a letter stating that you're not accepted because of the thousands of applications received is very disappointing. If we are proud about the diversity among our student population and how competitive our students are, then we should consider the need for an additional high school choice to meet that educational needs, interest that exist. This opportunity will provide one of the best academic options for Jersey City students, as this project speaks for itself. I would encourage you to vote yes on this resolution. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Vidya. We have our next speaker on the line. If you can state your name for the record, please.
It's Katrina Cabrera.
Okay, Katrina, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. My name is Katrina Cabrera. I am a Jersey City parent and property owner in Ward B. I'm speaking today for the first time at a city council meeting regarding the SciTech City resolution. Last year, I had the experience of joining many other parents in the frenzied Jersey City Charter School lottery in hopes of securing a spot for my kindergartner, a step I reluctantly took only after talking to parents and teachers at the chronically underfunded public school we're zoned for. I recognize the issues of privilege around charter schools and how they contribute to inequalities in the public school system, but faced with stories of the impact of underfunding from inside the walls of our local public school, I felt there was no choice. Judging by the length of the wait list in these lotteries, I am clearly not alone, and it shouldn't be this way. Jersey City children deserve access to a quality education at funded public schools across the city, regardless of their zip code or their family's ability to take hours of time navigating a complex lottery system. I had to speak up today to address the wild disconnect between Mayor Fulop's advocacy for this project and his campaign against the Board of Education's efforts to fully fund Jersey City public schools after more than a decade of neglect, which his own administration has contributed to, with tax abatements and a refusal to budge in any meaningful way on the city tax levy. With this resolution, after donating the land, we're being asked to pay an additional $2 million in our taxes every year for 30 years for a school that history shows, based on current county school enrollment, our kids in Jersey City will probably not even be able to attend, while other municipalities across the county are offering nothing. We're told to trust the word of the mayor and the county that this school will largely service Jersey City students. But forgive me, we're supposed to take the mayor's word for it? The same mayor who promised to only serve 2 terms, yet as we speak is heavily campaigning for his 3rd? The one who told us in 2017 this would be a K-12 Jersey City public school at no cost to taxpayers? Or the county, whose leadership promised with much fanfare to exit the ICE contract this year and change their minds despite the overwhelming public outcry of their constituents? Or perhaps we should trust the judgment of our council representatives, who all too often ignore overwhelming public comment to vote in lockstep with this mayor, and were poised to hand over control of the school board to the mayor at his bidding only last year. The track record of those in leadership keeping their promises to the people of Jersey City and Hudson County is grim, so forgive us for being skeptical that this could be yet another lie. I urge the members of the council to listen to the parents crying out for our public schools to be appropriately funded as the #1 priority, and reject this additional tax burden on the people of Jersey City. Please, let's take care of our own city schools and our own kids first. Please table this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have our next speaker on the line. If you can state your name for the record, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Aliyah Shoaib.
Okay, Aaliyah, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. Good evening, President Joyce Waterman and council members. My name is Dr. Aliyah Shoaib. I am a Jersey City resident, homeowner, public school parent, and public school principal in the District of Rahway. Thank you, council members, for your leadership and providing the opportunity for me to speak on Agenda 1035, Resolution 21-260. As a resident, taxpayer, public school parent, and educator, I believe that opportunity and choice is important for our children. I have 2 children. My son currently attends a Jersey City public school, and my daughter currently attends county prep. As I worked with my daughter to apply to high schools of interest, county prep was a top choice since she is passionate about culinary arts. I will say that it was heartbreaking for her to receive rejection letters at first because of what county prep had to offer as it related to her areas of interest. Thankfully, I had the opportunity to appeal and she was accepted into county prep. She loves her program and is excelling in the school because culinary is her passion. As an advocate for all children, I believe that the building of this new county school will provide Jersey City children with choices and opportunities that are needed, especially since some of our current schools might not be able to structurally accommodate special programs and areas of interest. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight, and I wish everyone a wonderful evening.
Amanda?
Yes, I'm sorry. Okay, we have our next speaker on the line. If you can state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Musab Ali. I'm the Jersey City Board of Education president.
Okay, you're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, so first I'm just going to pretend that the clerk didn't realize that I'm an elected official and there's 2 other Board of Education members who are also elected officials who are on the line, and we didn't get the same courtesy as Commissioner Walker. But, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if it was another slight of Board of Education members, I think all of whom have actually gotten more votes than anyone who's sitting here on the City Council today. But let me just start by saying I'm sick and tired of the city scapegoating the Board of Education and abdicating their responsibility to the children of Jersey City. The city loves to throw bombs claiming that we're irresponsible spenders and need to cut the fact. I don't know if City Hall is miseducated or willfully ignorant. We were cut $71 million from our budget from the state, with an additional $14 million sent to charter schools, ultimately cutting our budget by $85 million. If that number sounds familiar, that's how much we were forced to raise the tax levy. And I want you to consider the message that you're sending if you vote on this item. You're saying that the county schools deserve additional money from Jersey taxpayers, but our local schools do not. Despite this notion that you want to suggest that to the public that we're the wasteful spenders, you are sending the message that your budget has enough room to accommodate an additional $2 million to this school, but refuse to invest in our kids. So I ask you, do our Jersey City children matter? I also want to clarify some remarks made by the mayor, so I'm glad he's here listening and watching the meeting. First and foremost, the idea that the $2 million won't lead to tax increases. As people have already stated, we paid for the land, we pay county taxes, and now we're being asked to subsidize the rest of the county. Secondly, in his email, the mayor argues about the money the city has allocated to the schools. He says that they've given us a plan and that the board is unwilling to make changes and is raising taxes. I met with the mayor in January and actually presented him with the full again plan. He said he would not give us any tax abatement dollars. He said he would not do a buyback lease with central office, and instead gave me and the superintendent one option: sell your real estate. I know you guys are smart enough to understand that that does not solve our funding problem. I've had followed up in emails to ask for abatement funding and asked to meet in our fight against S2. The mayor is pitting the schools against the city. Instead, you guys need to pay your fair share and work with us in our battle against the state. Ultimately, I want the city council to meet with us, and I recommend that we meet next Wednesday at 6 p.m. publicly so the whole public can watch. We are looking to lose $100 million next year, $80 million the following year, and $50 million the subsequent year. That's $230 million that we're set to lose over the next 3 years. We have to have a full meeting, and I'd like to extend a public invitation to the mayor as well. If you care about our kids, show us by tabling this resolution and commit to funding Jersey City Public Schools. Thank you.
Mr. Ali, you're still there?
I'm still here.
Okay, this is Sean Gallagher, the city clerk. I just wanted to just verify and respond to the statement that you made that the clerk failed to give any courtesy. That courtesy is given by the city council president. If the city council president wants to give courtesy, that courtesy is given by the city council president, not the city clerk. So I just wanted to verify that for the record.
My apologies, Sean. So I guess I should have asked the city council president. My apologies for putting you in the line of fire there.
Thank you. I believe we have our next speaker on the line. Can you identify yourself for the record, please?
I'm sorry,
Yes,
let me just interrupt briefly. Sorry, Sean. With that being said, as School Board President Musab Ali pointed out, there's 2 other school board members. If we wanted to correct that, then maybe we can afford them that courtesy as well. Council President.
I don't think the council president is available right now, but we do have our next speaker on the line. Perhaps we can just go with the next speaker, and then we can ask the council president if she would like to grant the courtesy for the 2 other school board members that are on the speakers list.
Fair enough.
Okay. All right, I believe we have our next speaker on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Jackie Cox.
Okay, Jackie, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you, and good evening. I'm speaking to you as a resident, but also a taxpayer, a mother of 4 young children, and a public school parent. And I believe the greatest gift that you can give your child beyond your unconditional love and support is an education, which is why I support the development of City Tech, City Public School. Education is the key to unlocking life's many possibilities, and it's estimated that 65% of elementary age children will work in jobs that don't currently exist today. So as parents, we need options for good public schools that will ready our children, not for today, but for the advanced world of tomorrow. City Tech, City Public School would offer an option as well as an opportunity for those students who have a real passion for science, like my son. I believe this is a good thing for the city, and I think it's a really great thing for the city's children. So I would encourage you to vote yes on this resolution. Thank you and good evening.
Okay, thank you. I believe we have our next speaker on the line. Can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Jeremy Battles.
Okay, Jeremy, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jeremy Battles. I'm a Jersey City taxpayer, a parent of public school students, and I support the Liberty Science Center public high school option. Today's children will grow up in a world very different than the one we're currently living in. Technology will continue its hyper-acceleration and find new ways to connect and divide the world. Significant investments to combat climate change will become terrifyingly more critical. As we begin to see the light at the end of this COVID-19 tunnel, it could not be clearer that this world needs as many great minds in the fields of science and technology as possible. The Liberty Science School would attract and grow promising young minds while providing a science and technology geared environment that traditional schools simply cannot. Making schools like Liberty Science Center a reality today is the investment future generations need right now. Big decisions like this often seem like there's never a right or perfect time, but we don't have that luxury, and this is something that Jersey City should take a prominent position on and invest in our children and our society and, quite frankly, the entire world, to be honest. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we move on to our next speaker, Council President, you away. I just want to know if you want to extend the courtesy to the school board members that are, I think there's 2 school board members that are on the speakers list. If you want to give them courtesy to move to speak now, or
Sure. We give courtesy to elected officials.
already. So we'll get the.
Okay, we can get them on the line, but we could continue to move until we get them.
Right.
Okay.
I believe we have our next speaker on the line. So once we're doing, as the speaker is talking, we're going to get the school board members on the line next. Okay. Alrighty. So the next person I believe is on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Jay Javeri.
Okay, Jay, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jay Javeri, and I'm a student at McNair Academic High School. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm speaking today in opposition to the Memorandum of Understanding regarding the construction and operation of the Liberty Science Center High School. The mere creation of this resolution is an insult to Jersey City students and exposes who the City Council's and Mayor's priority is, or better yet, who this administration's priority is not. How is it that this administration is comfortable with providing a county school with that kind of exorbitant funding when their own city's public schools are in the midst of a funding crisis? Who comes first in the city's agenda? Jersey City public school students or Hudson County School of Technology students? I can't even begin to imagine what my school could do with that kind of funding. To me, that kind of funding would mean getting to take a properly binded textbook home, getting to use a functioning locker, getting to go on field trips that students do not have to work tirelessly to fundraise for, and getting to go to a school that is provided with the financial assistance it deserves. Even though McNair Academic is a school the city loves to boast and show off, we never get to see that affection actually directed towards us. So please, show us that you genuinely care about this city's students. Mayor Phillip talks about the $14 million going to help improve the infrastructure of our public schools, but that, 1, is not enough, and 2, is nowhere near the millions and millions and millions of dollars this city is committing to this new county school. And that's another thing. This school will be a county school, meaning it will already be receiving funding from the county. Why is it that only Jersey City residents are being asked to bear this financial burden through both county taxes and the city's unbelievably large contribution? How is this fair? So if you truly care about Jersey City's kids, as you claim to do, then please table this resolution and dedicate yourselves to work towards properly funding all of our public schools. If you truly care about Jersey City kids, then please listen to them. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay. I believe we have our next speaker on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, Lorenzo Richardson.
Okay, Lorenzo, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening. My name is Lorenzo Richardson, and I'm speaking as a taxpayer and a resident on my own behalf, not as a board member. And I'm speaking on agenda item 10.35. The idea of the city suggesting payroll tax amnesty for those who haven't been paying taxes is unbelievable and is so disrespectful considering the financial situation the Jersey City public schools are in due to underfunding by the state and this city. This proposed SciTech school was to be a charter school as the Liberty Science Center applied for a charter. The public needs to know specifically if this school will be a charter high school as proposed or a county high school. If the county runs the program, that does not make it a county school. They would just run the program. I say this to say that I wonder if this proposition is even legal, as charter schools receive their funding payments through the Jersey City Public Schools via the state. So how is the city itself able to make a financial commitment to a single school, but did not offer any funding to the Jersey City Public Schools District, knowing the schools lack sufficient funding and this would cover other towns? If you look at your own 2020 tax rate in terms of net taxes to be raised in actual dollars, making up the $600,707,908.58 total tax rate, the county receives about $167 million. The district is listed as to receive about $163 million, and the city municipality stands to take in about $277 million from the property owners. This does not include your other revenues like abatements, parking revenue, court fees, hotel taxes, permit fees, and other things. How come this county school is not being built on county land? How come you can't see the inequity and boast of privilege in this school proposal, as well as the funding for it, as opposed to the Jersey City Public Schools? Going forward with this proposal, we'll be sending a bold message to the Jersey City Public Schools that they don't matter. Do the right thing. Reject this proposal and make this school a Jersey City Public School that could alleviate overcrowding in our downtown schools and expand opportunities for all students who live in Jersey City. And tell the public if you're even really collecting the payroll tax or using your surplus to fund it, and tell the public when you are going to provide copies of the bank statements to the school district and the public showing how much money you are actually collecting.
Thank you, Lorenzo.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe we have our next speaker on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Sure, Gina Vertibello.
Okay, Gina, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening. My name is Gina Vertibello. I am a longtime resident of the city. My 3 children are students in the Jersey City Public Schools. I am also an elected trustee to the Jersey City Board of Education. I am speaking tonight solely as an individual and not in any official capacity as a trustee for the Jersey City Public Schools. Like many other residents, I am greatly concerned regarding the city's contemplated commitment and investment into the SciTech City concept. There are many legitimate questions regarding curriculum, management, and access of this school. There are also many potential unknown consequences resulting from this express commitment from the city that could have ramifications in the calculation of state aid. There are also questions regarding other metrics that could have an unintended consequence regarding the measurement of student performance that need to be understood. I am also disappointed because once again, the city has chosen not to collaborate with the Jersey City Public Schools. This is a missed opportunity at a time when our students need the leadership of this city to come together for the benefit of all the students of this district. We have amazing students, teachers, and families in this district that deserve the full commitment and investment from the city. Instead, this sends a mixed message that the city is only willing to invest in those deemed deserving. I urge you to table this action until a full discussion and collaboration between the city, the Board of Education, and the citizens of the city can be had. Thank you and have a good evening.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe we have our next speaker on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Sangeeta Ranade.
Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, council members. My name is Sangeeta Ranade. I'm a parent of 2 Jersey City Public School students, and I'm also a former Jersey City Board of Ed member. I want to start by thanking you for the support that you have provided to the Jersey City Public Schools. I think sometimes people don't realize that the Jersey City Board of Education budget is actually greater than the City Council budget. And I know that the support that you provided isn't just financial, it's also advocacy and support with services that allow us to do more in the schools. But I'm actually here to speak more as someone who comes from the renewable energy and science industry. It is one of the fastest growing sectors in our economy, and I'm excited to see Resolution 10.35 that pairs a school with the Liberty Science Center, which is truly a jewel in Jersey City. I'm also excited because of where this school is located. The reality is, for a lot of parents, whether they come to council meetings or not, they want what's best for their children, but it is difficult for them to send their child to a school that's far away from where they live. By citing a school in a part of Jersey City that's largely underserved, we have an opportunity to serve a lot more families. I, for one, have no reservations that people that live all across Jersey City will apply for this school, and I think having 200 additional high-quality seats for high school students in Jersey City will be fantastic for them. Because in this situation, not only are we educating a child, but we're really setting them up to have a high-quality job for the rest of their lives. And that doesn't just transform a child's life, it really transforms a family's life. So I want to thank you for your time and for the work that you're putting into making all of this possible. I know it's not perfect, and sometimes we have to sort of balance a lot of different things. But I think in this situation, this is not a school that could get built in any other way. And it's a real opportunity for the students of Jersey City. And I want to thank you for that. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Okay, you can just hang up the line so we can move on to our next speaker. I greatly appreciate it. I believe we have our next speaker on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please. Hello? Do we have our next speaker on the line? Hello? Okay, if we're done speaking, if we can hang up the line so we can move on to the next speaker, I greatly appreciate it. Okay, do we have our next speaker on the line?
Hello, my name is Sambavi Bose.
Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
First of all, thank you to the council members and to my fellow residents of Jersey City for allowing me to appear before you and speak on this matter. To introduce myself, my name is Sambavi and I'm a junior at McNair Academic High School and a resident of Ward A. My following speech is about the SciTech High School proposal. I have been a student of the Jersey City public school education system for about 7 years. While I can certainly say that the people I've met are of the utmost quality, the schools itself are grossly underfunded. My freshman year of high school, nearly half of my teachers were laid off. My sophomore year, many of my friends went months without a proper teacher. The last field trip that I took was in 8th grade. And in my algebra class, my entire group, which consisted of myself and 4 other students, had to share the same textbook, which didn't have a cover and whose pages were ripped off. I myself am a science-oriented student, and I can understand the need for more science education in our schools. I'm a part of the science research program at McNair Academic High School, and I've received multiple of their medals. Our program is very esteemed, one of the topmost in our state, and yet we have absolutely no money to invest into our students. Many of us have had to buy our own supplies for our experiments. This is an unfortunate reality that the students of Jersey City face every day. We go to school in old buildings with outdated structures. We do not have the proper resources to get a meaningful education. There is a lack of proper and consistent teaching staff at our students. There are a countless number of issues with our schools, all disrupting our overall quality of education. It has been 13 years since JCPS was fully funded. 13 years. I was even in kindergarten when they were fully funded. It is completely irresponsible and negligent to ask the residents of Jersey City to fund a new county school to go into an $81 million commitment when no other city in Hudson County is forced to show the same commitment. Our school's infrastructure is on the brink of facing serious trouble, and you want us to pay for a county school? As a student of JCPS, let me tell you what we could do with $2 million extra dollars in our bank. We can have computers where the majority of our keys aren't falling apart. We can have textbooks where you don't have to hold them a certain way to make sure that the pages don't fall out. We can actually have field trips to exciting places where we can have a meaningful experience. We can invest into our school buildings so we have water fountains we can drink out of. We have wonderful programs in Jersey City, programs that need desperate funding. There are a countless amount of students who have such potential but cannot fulfill it due to the lack of funding that our schools currently have. I ask you, esteemed council members, to prioritize the current students of the board before you go on to create a new school. So once again, I ask you to reconsider and table Resolution 1035. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. If we can hang up the line so we can move on to our next speaker, I greatly appreciate it. Okay. I believe we have our next speaker on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Mike Greco.
Okay, Mike, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Mike Greco. I'm calling you today as a 17-year Jersey City Public School educator and a proud Jersey City Public School parent. I am asking you respectfully to table Resolution 1035, not because I think it's a bad project. I, as an educator, welcome any educational opportunities that's brought to our city for our young people. It does sound like a good project. I just don't think it should be put before the Jersey City Public Schools. The Jersey City Public Schools are your house. You have to take care of your house. If you're a homeowner, you don't put in a pool when the roof and the foundation are broken. You have to support what you already have, especially during this difficult time with COVID. We are racking our brains trying to safely reopen our schools, both the board leadership, and the teachers union, working nights, collaborating, getting vaccines for our teachers. And it's a really tough job, and we could use a little more monetary support. And we understand that sometimes you can't do it, but last week, our Board of Education met and racked their brains to try to plug the budget gap as best they could. And then to learn 3 days later on social media about a resolution where you're going to give $80 million that you said you didn't have for the public schools to this county project that's going to benefit other towns in the county is just such an egregious offense to us. The optics of it and the timing of it is very insulting to your Jersey City Public School youth. So I really just think you should take a closer look at it. This is not the time to do this. Support your Jersey City Public Schools. This is the time to do so. We're suffering because of the budget shortfall and because of COVID, and we need your support. This is your house. Support your house before you support someone else's house. So please table Resolution 1035. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we can hang up the line so we can move on to the next speaker, I greatly appreciate it. Okay, I believe we have our next speaker on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Good evening, council members. My name is Saket Ram, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to speak here today.
Saket, just give me 1 second while I count you down so you can start your time. Your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
It has been 13 years since our Jersey City school budget has been fully funded. Let that sink in for a second. Since my childhood, I, as a student of the Jersey City Public Schools, have never experienced a fully funded budget. The lack of funding is one of the main causes of the problems that plague schools across the district. Dysfunctional bathrooms, lack of guidance counselors, lead in the water fountains, and so much more. It is also the main reason why students cannot experience quintessential school activities such as field trips. It is clear that the people in power, the adults of the room, have let us down. By following through on this proposal, the city intends to spend over $80 million on funding a new glossy county school in Liberty State Park. I'm all for increasing access to education, but this begs the question, where are the city council's priorities? For the $80 million a year that are being sent to this county school, $0 are being sent to help improve our own school system. For what reason does Jersey City need to foot the bill when other districts that are benefiting from this proposal don't need to do something similar? Why does the city refuse to provide funding to improve our own Jersey City public schools, but throws funds at constructing a new school that wouldn't benefit a majority of our district students? Just imagine what $2 million could do for one of our schools. The current budget, excluding salaried employees for McNair Academic High School, is only $379,000. Sending this extra money could have prevented the initial tax raise levied by the Board of Education, as there would be no need to get further funding. Our budget for field trips could increase from just $6 a person to a sufficient amount that could result in life-shaping experiences and memories. Our decrepit locker rooms and bathrooms could be replaced, making them usable facilities. The money could even fund additional textbooks to ensure each student has their own. Especially given the pandemic, we have to ask, are we providing Jersey City students a real educational experience? Are we proud of the system we have today? And is it really necessary for Jersey City to foot the bill for a county school when it is the students of Jersey City public schools who need it the most? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I believe we have our next speaker on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Gary Spingarn.
Okay, Gary, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
I want to first announce the resolution to participate in the federal 1033 program for the military surplus. Now my tax dollars come full circle for the military industrial complex. We don't have a CCRB ordinance, but we have military-grade equipment. I find this to be an obvious and blatant contempt for the public and all those who fight for social justice. I'd like to next shift to, of course, the issue at hand, Liberty Science Center. I can only add so much what's being said. This proposal is a farce. The email that came from the mayor is unbecoming. Where do you get the gall to label public outcry as false statements? We don't have the funds because the administration refuses to tax the rich while we give handouts to developers and sell land for pennies on the dollar. In this case, it was a donation. Hello? I spoke before this very council about this very issue, my concerns for all the promises SciTech City was making. The late council person, Michael Yoon, had concerns of his own. I'm sure you all remember. He went so far as to invite me to a meeting with Paul Hoffman, then LSC, and now LSCTO, along with the current SciTech project manager. I was floored by the invite, and I like to state that gesture is probably why I'm so active in politics now. Now, from that meeting, let me tell you, I have no reason to trust these people. Nothing that they say gave me any confidence. This project promises everything. That should be an immediate red flag. Coding lab, STEM school, manufacturing space, startup space, living space. And what exactly is going to benefit our residents? Jerry Walker says we have leverage. That's laughable. I'm sorry, the county commissioners have zero credibility. Among the many reasons, look no further than the ICE contract. They have done nothing but betray us. What I see is a small arena for startup companies to battle over funding and visibility while wealthy investors watch. A school that will pay big money to with no real guarantee will have JC residents there. All while we have a crisis on our hands. I'm a chemical engineer. I've worked in several industries. I hear STEM this and STEM that. I live this too. I am in this life. I'm in this industry. These comments about choice and opportunity, these are dog whistles for charter schools. Charter schools have been time and again shown to be an extension of discrimination and racism. This is an ivory tower, a sandbox for big tech with a charter school attached to it. It's sickening. Vote no or table. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. If we could just hang up the line so we can move on to our next speaker. I believe we have our next speaker on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Vid Bahadur.
Okay, Vid, just bear with me 1 second because we have to reset the timer.
Okay.
And I'll let you know when. Just give us 1 second. I apologize. Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, well, firstly, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. Again, my name is Vid Bahadur. I'm a longtime resident of Jersey City. well over 50 years now. And I'm a product of Jersey City's public school system, K through 12, actually. I'm also an alumni of McNair. I heard a lot of my fellow students speaking, and that was very interesting. You know, I have to tell you, I also work in higher education. I've been working in higher education for 25 years. I serve as an assistant dean at New Jersey City University, also in Jersey City. And more importantly, I have a daughter in the Jersey City public school system. She's in PS number 4. She's in 6th grade. And of course, as any good parent, I'm looking at options for high school. And I think it's important to look at what this opportunity offers. It's a cost-effective alternative to the school system trying to develop a STEM program of their own. You know, I've been involved in higher ed, as I mentioned, in building programs and curriculums for well over 25 years. I know everybody is talking about $2 million a year as if it's a tremendous amount of money, but I hate to say that, but it really isn't in the scheme of education, of building out programs. It's really a cost-effective approach to building a STEM program that we could benefit from. So I know it's an unpopular vote. I know there's a lot of talk about the budget constraints of Jersey City Board of Education, and I realize that. I just don't think that that should be placed as a stalemate against the development of this program in this school. You know, it's important that we look to move forward. And for my academic alumni out there, that I could tell you, I was an academic, I graduated over 35 years ago. We had the same problems 35 years ago. And you're going to have the same problem 35 years from now. There's always going to be a budget deficit. That should not prevent you from moving forward with the development of alternative options, high quality options. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I believe we have our next speaker on the line. If you can state your name for the record.
Yes, hello, my name is Rosie Santa.
Okay, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Yes, hello, council members. I would just like to paint a picture for you, just so you can understand the severity of our situation. In McNair Academic, the school that I attend, some of the worst days that any student can have are the days that it rains. And do you know why? Because when it rains, we all know it's going to flood the basement. And I was so lucky to have a locker in the basement, so I was prepared to lose notebooks. With the loss of notebooks, I had to prepare for our best friends, the water bugs. They crawl into students' notebooks, they crawl into students' backpacks. With $2 million, my school could fix the piping. At least, for the very least, I can get an exterminator so I don't have to bring home water bugs. Now, laptop. I go into my AP Lang class and I open up my laptop. Guess what? It's broken. All the laptops are broken, missing keys, or there's something wrong with them. With $2 million, we can get new laptops. We can actually have a good education. Now, new textbooks. It took months for my A-Push textbooks to actually get to my school. Why is that? With $2 million, we can get updated textbooks. Not textbooks from 2017, textbooks from 2020. Teachers. Now, I spent the first 2 marking periods of my junior year with a substitute teacher for physics. Why is that? Because they cut budgets. They cut teachers. So I was left without a teacher for 2 marking periods. Half my junior year basically ruined, and I was rushed to catch up with all the work so I can take midterms, so I can take my finals. Now, there's large class sizes in McNair Academic. Some classes even have 30 to 35 kids. Why is that? Because there were teacher cuts. You know why? Because there's not enough funding to the Jersey City Public Schools. Now, you are offering $14 million to fix infrastructure. That's what Mayor Phillip is offering. Yet, $81 million over the course of 30 years to build and fund one school. Why is that? Why is that? Now, this is a point that I recently added. Walker said that there's going to be 60% of students coming in that are going to be attending the school from Jersey City. Do we really believe that? Do we honestly believe that? We know there's a hierarchy for these county schools. It's very evident. So I ask you, please table this ordinance, please, because it is just not fair to the students of Jersey City that they do not get the funding that they deserve from their own city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have our next speaker on the line. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Hello, my name is Harry Hadrick.
Okay, Harry, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, city councilors. My name is Harry Hadrick, and today I also want to speak about the funding proposal being put towards the Science Liberty Center School. I believe that this funding amount is certainly not the problem. Neither is it exactly the fact that it's a county school, but rather is that priorities aren't being set straight. Instead of, in my opinion, directing funding towards our current schools, the JCPS, which desperately need this funding, we are instead directing this money towards a county school, which really doesn't need its own funding. We have county taxes and we have probably state taxes as well, which will likely contribute to the funding of the school. Some examples for why exactly we need this funding. Based on the previous speakers' discussion about how they were missing a physics teacher for their 2 marking periods of their whole year, I also faced a similar situation in my 8th grade year, which was last year, where the entire 8th grade class had no physics teacher for really 3/4 of the whole year. And instead, we got a substitute teacher for 3/4 of the year, and we didn't really learn any physics whatsoever. We just sat there and did math problems the whole day for 3/4 of the year instead of learning any physics. And so as a result, we were absolutely unprepared, and we didn't take anything from that class for the entire school year. And since this class was not really even just like a class that was like an elective or anything, it was a class that was for the entire 8th grade. Nobody in the 8th grade that year learned anything in that class for 3/4 of the year. Another example, we are missing textbooks. We are missing funding for many extracurriculars. We are missing funding for many clubs. Now, due to the COVID situation, we are missing surplus funding that the JCPS will now need to use in order to pay for vaccinations for its staff, in order to pay for laptops for students that need them in order to attend virtual class, for other necessities such as ensuring safety within schools once we decide to go back to at least somewhat in-person learning. Among other things, it is absolutely obvious that the JCPS school system needs this funding and should therefore take higher priority over the funding of a county school by city funds, especially when the county doesn't need this kind of funding, and while JCPS is a city district and needs more priority.
Thank you. I believe we have our next speaker online. If you can state your name for the record.
Hi, everyone. My name is Valentina, and I'm from the Heights, and I'm a junior at McNair Academic. And to my understanding, this new school that will be built.
Valentina, I'm going to give a countdown, and then you can begin, okay?
Oh, sorry.
No problem. 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Valentina, and I'm from the Heights, and I'm a junior at McNair Academic. And to my understanding, this new school that will be built in Liberty State Park will be receiving millions of dollars for years from Jersey City taxpayer dollars, which really should be applied to and used to support the infrastructure, the education, and the students already established here in Jersey City. Out of all of Hudson County, we are the only city committed to donating this sum of money, in addition to the 16 acres beside the Liberty Science Center intended for this county school. So it isn't certain that the majority of students who attend will be from Jersey City, as it is open to kids across the board, across the entire county. While I understand that expanding education is important, it is equally as vital to support the students, teachers, and staff who work at and attend Jersey City public schools right now and have been for years. As a high school student myself, I saw every day when we were in person before the pandemic the rundown bathrooms, locker rooms, battered textbooks, classrooms, lack of supplies for teachers, and broken water fountains. We really could use that kind of funding, and I know for a fact that these issues aren't occurring only at my high school, but across the city. Each public school's conditions could be greatly improved, which would subsequently encourage healthy learning and unity among not only Jersey City residents, but students, teachers, and staff as well. Our students, teachers, and public schools as a whole deserve better, and we deserve to be prioritized. And I sincerely hope that through the efforts of everyone taking their time and working hard to speak up, that you all recognize our concerns regarding the school and take our beliefs into serious consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Valentina. We have our next speaker on the line. If you can state your name for the record.
Genesis Castro.
Okay, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, everyone. I am a student of the Jersey City Public School System. I am a junior at McNair, and I am speaking in opposition to this resolution. I believe that this decision to fund this county school is a terrible decision because our public school system is already severely underfunded. Yes, STEM education is so important, but what about our performing arts? Our school bands and in general, our music classes have very sparse amounts of instruments, and our teachers have to go out of their own pockets to pay for instruments, maintenance, etc. And our schools don't even have good or reliable heating and air conditioning or infrastructure in general. I remember in middle school, our parents had to fundraise just to get a few ACs for a few classrooms, not even an entire school. Additionally, a lot of classes now need so many materials, even now as we're doing virtual classes. For example, in my pre-calc class, the main resource we use is Alex, and we did not have access to it for 3 months because of funding issues. In my French course, VHL is another vital online resource our students use to study, and we did not have access to it until the end of last month on the last week of February. So we went 6 months of the school year without it. And as previous speakers have mentioned, there are so many students who have had substitutes all year, and I have also witnessed this with so many of my classmates. So how are you going to boast and brag about how some of our schools are the best in the state and not even give us the resources our students need? You are literally failing the kids in the school system, and it is so unfair to our students. Everyone in the system should be allowed the same advantage to succeed, and that is why we need to prioritize our school system first. Because why are the students in this small county school getting a better STEM education or education period than the 30,000 plus students in our public school system? Why is $2 million and increasingly so over the 30 years being allocated to a county school when our own school system is forced to have their students, their teachers, and their parents scavenge for pennies in comparison? The reason all these developers and businesses want to invest in Jersey City is because of all the amazing communities we have here already. We are the most diverse city in the country because of them. So why are we not prioritizing the future of these communities, our community first and foremost? That is all, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker, 5.31, the call went to voicemail, so we're going to 5.32. Jerome, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Jerome Choice, and I am a board member of the Friends of Berry Lane.
Okay, Jerome, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, I would like to thank Councilman Jermaine Robinson for Resolution 21-259 for the establishment of the Harriet Tubman Garden at Berry Lane Park. And I would also like to thank the City Council in advance of the vote. As you know, this is Women's History Month, and it's appropriate that we have this resolution this month to celebrate and honor and highlight this great woman of faith and courage, Harriet Tubman, for her contribution to the liberty of her people from slavery to freedom, and also for her contribution that she did for the United States as a nurse and a spy, and also her great skill and knowledge as an urbanist in order to help the soldiers in the Union Army to survive. As you well know, that the Mars Canal was key to the Underground Railroad. All roads lead to the Mars Canal for the slaves to go to New York, to go to Canada for freedom. And it's wonderful that that this project will go forward, along with the mural project that was going to happen in Berry Lane. And once again, I want to thank you all for this opportunity on behalf of not only myself, the board, the citizens of Jersey City, and especially Ward F. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. I believe we have our next caller on the line. Can you state your name for the record?
Courtenay Mercer.
Okay, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, I'm a Jersey City resident and small business owner. I have a child entering 8th grade next year, so the high school selection process is top of mind. It's frustrating and anxiety-inducing. I am in favor of the new Sci-Tech High. The proposed mission and partnerships are innovative and will give our children unique opportunities rarely afforded in traditional public schools. Our students need more choices. Giving funding restrictions placed on the BOE by the state, either a state or charter option, is the best way to achieve this end. Jersey City and the Jersey City BOE cannot fund this on their own. This partnership is the only way to get another public high school in Jersey City. The county is a trusted partner that fully supports its schools. Previous speakers have cited other options than JC as a reason not to support this new school. Meanwhile, one of our blue ribbon schools, Infinity, is in constant limbo. Parents are concerned about choosing Infinity because of the uncertainty of where it will be located or if it will even still exist in the coming years. And for both our competitive high schools and middle schools, the applications were considerably delayed this year. The county, meanwhile, accepted applications in a timely manner, while parents and students still await to be informed about the Jersey City middle and high schools. This is not a function of funding. It is a result of inefficient governance. There have also been many comments about the money for the school somehow taking away from JC BOE schools. As proposed, the city, not the BOE, will provide funding for this new school. Nothing is getting taken away from the BOE. I further heard a BOE member suggest that this should be a charter school. In that case, all per pupil funding for the school would come from the JC BOE. For 240 kids, at an average charter pupil rate of $9,000 per student, that's over $2.16 million per year, all coming from BOE. The county option gets JC a new school without this cost to the BOE. That said, I agree with other speakers that some kinks need to be worked out. First, given the significant contribution by the city, the allotment of slots to Jersey City students should be substantial. We should look at the average enrollment of JC students at high tech and county prep and go up from there. In addition, we need more details about how the admissions process will encourage diversity and inclusion and ensure equitable access to the school. This is a wonderful opportunity that should not be squandered, but to be truly innovative, we must think progressively about access. All that said, I would like to relay my support for a new school at Liberty State Park, but hope the city will ensure that the value we are contributing is recaptured and that admissions are equitable. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. We have our next speaker on the line. If you can state your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Gabriela Verdejo.
Okay, Gabriela, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, my name is Gabriela Verdejo, and I am a first-year architecture student at NJIT and a McNair alumni. So I first want to start off by saying that I know that all of this is just completely dollar signs for all big companies. Secondly, a point that has not been made enough is that Liberty State Park, by having a school, will have an immense amount of noise pollution, an immense amount of pollution in itself. And I believe that if developers were really into this project, they would know that they are constructing on fake land that used to be a wasteland. Other than that, even though I am a McNair alum, I believe that there are schools that are in much more need of funding, such as Innovation, who is still in a basement. Their school is in a basement. They have to share bathrooms with Snyder. Sometimes their whole school floods, because again, they're in a basement. How are you going to make a brand new school, not even for Jersey City, but for a county, when there is literally a school in Snyder's basement? Other than that, of course, McNair had its problems too. 8 a.m. in the morning, no toilet paper in the bathroom. Funny, right? Other than that, in the hot weather, our air conditioning was down. Why? No budget. And guess what? No water in any floors. So we had to be dehydrated during the whole school day because, sorry, we have no money for any of this. Also, someone said that this has been happening for 35 years, and the fact that it's still happening should be a problem in itself. This is a problem that can be ended if the people from above just take a shot and look at the people below them. And don't just look at the privileged people, but look at the people that they, quote unquote, are rooting for. Jersey City students are at a such low level compared to county schools. We all know how county schools are. They have excellent lunches. They have extensions. They have everything that Jersey City public school students can imagine of having. Yet, for some reason, they deserve a brand new school when Jersey City public schools are literally in ruins. So I believe that there is a priority issue at hand, and it is something that should be reconsidered. Thank you.
Thank you. We have our next speaker on the line. If you can state your name for the record.
Mary Jagru.
Okay, Mary, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. Hello, City Council members. Hope everyone is doing well tonight. I just wanted to take the opportunity to speak out on the proposal to fund the school and to voice my disapproval and disagreement. So we've heard this echoed a lot tonight, but this project has been handled poorly since it was introduced, to say the least. And I'm hearing a lot of questions about the way this has gone down, and we're all here looking for answers as to why it happened this way with so much misinformation. And I really hope that somebody will be providing these answers. So this is a school that doesn't even exist yet, and yet we're talking about funding this school that's going to serve students who don't live in Jersey City to the tune of $2 million a year, while so many of the problems with our own schools just aren't being addressed. And as a homeowner, we just had a massive tax hike in the middle of a global pandemic to support schools here because they're so underfunded. This city is about to try to build a giant wall of buildings behind my house in an area that's not zoned for that kind of development. And that, coupled with all the tax abatements for developers around the city and the many other issues that simply aren't being addressed. And the mayor's out there asking for my support of this with a ridiculous email and social media post. I don't think so. So I reserve my voice and my support for those who support my community and the greater good of the Jersey City community as a whole. I have no problem with supporting education. In fact, I work for a nonprofit supporting education every single day myself. But to propose this level of support for this county school from Jersey City taxpayers at this time in particular leaves a bad taste in my mouth. So please read the room. We cannot keep living like this while our money is taken from us to live on things like this school. If you approve this, I don't know who you're representing because it clearly would not be your constituents. So I ask you to vote against this. Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak, and hope you all have a great night.
Amanda?
Yes, Daniela, 537, she's declined to speak. We're trying to get the next caller on the line.
Okay, after that, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Okay.
Okay.
Amanda, who was the last speaker?
Gabrielle.
The last speaker was Mary.
Mary, right? Okay.
Okay, let's go. Do you have the speaker?
Yes, so 5.37, there was no answer. 5.38 declined. I believe we have the next speaker, Frank. Are you on the line?
Yeah.
After Frank, we're going to take a break, Amanda.
You got it. Frank, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please state your full name for the record, please.
Frank Educational Gilmore.
Okay, Frank, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Frank Educational Gilmore, lifelong resident here in Jersey City. Just for the record, on the surface, this school seems like a great idea and a great concept, providing great opportunities for kids in Jersey City. However, these are the facts. While it's going to be a public school, it's going to be a county public school. So we may have to make sure we clearly emphasize that. At the caucus meeting, Councilman Vogiano raised a great issue and asked a question in which was not answered. How much is the other municipalities paying into this school? Denise Ridley also raised a great question, wanting to understand the mechanisms which come into play to see how this school will pretty much be selecting kids here. It's very disheartening and extremely arrogant on the behalf of the powers that be to even suggest we donate or give this amount of money to SciTech City and have Paul present. And Paul almost wasn't able to answer any questions. So we don't know the mechanism on how these individuals are going to be selected to go to the school. We don't know the mechanism of the current county board election process as it relates to who's going to get into these schools. Councilman Robinson is on the record advocating nearly 4 years ago to this date that he wants architects, astronauts, engineers, and brain surgeons. Well, Councilman Robinson, if this current proposal go in, you can kiss those dreams goodbye. It is mind-boggling at the level of disrespect that Mr. Walker had received. No one has even contacted Mr. Walker since he's been the superintendent as it relates to rekindling the conversation on can this be financially feasible for the Jersey City Public School to answer. And to Commissioner Jerry Walker's point, which was very great, he said going forward, there will be pretty much a mechanism laid out which will ensure that 60% or a large amount of these seats will be going towards Jersey City. So I'm saying that we're not only table this ordinance, but we table it, we burn it, we don't bring it back in its current capacity. It's just blatant disregard and disrespect for Jersey City. I'm not going to get too much into if the board is not doing their due diligence from a financial standpoint. I'm just saying on the surface, this makes almost no sense. I asked the council, right? I have 30 seconds left. I'm going to ask you guys to write me, give me a blank check for $10,000. And
Frank?
I'm giving you my word that I'm going to pay you back. And let's see how that works out for y'all. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, Frank. Okay, Council President?
Yeah.
Do you want 5-10 minutes?
Yeah, let's go. We'll be back in about 5 to 10. Make it 5 minutes, guys, okay? Because we're almost through the speaker list. Okay.
Okay.
Amanda and Council President.
Yeah.
I got a call from Daniela Moore. She said that she did not receive the call, and she did not decline to speak. She asked that she still be able to speak.
They called her.
She said she didn't get the call.
They called her.
Yeah, so we're trying to get in touch with Daniela. Apparently we had her wrong number.
Okay. I can give you her correct number.
Okay, Marlene will contact you for that number, so we don't put it on the air.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, 5 minutes, guys. Okay, Amanda? You ready?
Yes, Council President, I'm here.
Okay,
We're getting the next speaker on the line.
okay.
As I said before, our speaker 5.37, Daniela, we actually had her wrong number. So we're
Okay,
getting her in on the line right now.
okay.
Thank you, Councilman Rolando, for helping with that. Daniela, are you there?
Yes, yes. Hi, how are you?
Okay.
Okay, you're gonna begin in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. So I'm just calling a little background. I'm a Jersey City public school teacher as well as a Jersey City homeowner, and I have also gone through the Jersey City public school system. And I had a letter prepared to read, but I'm going to nix that as I find it not serving to go over the points that have already been gone over. But I do have to make a few points. As a taxpayer, I think my tax dollars should be reflected in the schools. I'm a school teacher, and yet I'm spending money out of my own pocket for supplies, uniforms, we're washing children's clothing. It's so evident more than ever that these children need support. I also feel that for the previous speakers, they're asking for an option, and they're asking for an option for their kids. And I understand that. We do need these STEM opportunities and opportunities in our school, but they're advocating for their kids, and they're obviously very involved. Why is it that we cannot bring these opportunities to the entire district and all of the students, maybe the students who have not been exposed to it, maybe the students who don't have parents calling the city council at this moment asking for something? We need to provide those opportunities for students who can truly become something better. I also heard another speaker say that there was they're in favor of this school so that they could set up their kids for a high quality life. I think there have been many public school graduates who are going on to live a quality life, including myself, my husband. There are many people who can go through the public school system if it was properly funded and live a quality life. I think that the school teachers would also like these opportunities to provide these things. In my school as well, there have been many STEM winners and children who have really dedicated their time and won awards through the STEM programs that were there and showed a great motivation for it. Lastly, I'd just like to make a comment on the comment that Commissioner Walker made, the statement he said that he wants to give them an opportunity to attend a quality school. As a Jersey City school teacher, I take offense to that. My school is a quality school. I am a quality teacher. My students are quality students. And if you vote yes for this ordinance and for this vote, you are basically saying to us that we are not quality. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, Daniela. Okay, we're going back in order. We're up to speaker 5.41. Vanessa, are you on the line?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Yep, Vanessa Schwippert.
Okay, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Vanessa Schwippert. I'm an educator for a public school here in Jersey City. The schools here in Jersey City, as you know, are facing a financial crisis from a decade of underfunding. Yes, a decade. I encourage you to use the $80 million investment to fund Jersey City public schools and not City High School for the next 30 years. I know part of the agreement is that the high school will get $2 million with a 2% increase each year. And I just want to point out that Jersey City public school educators don't get a 2% increase depending on the step that they're moving up. Sometimes it's like 3%, but there are years where you don't get an increase at all. So I'm not sure how that doesn't match up. Lastly, Jersey City is the only town in Hudson County contributing financially to that high school's funding, but it's a county school. So all towns in the county should be contributing because they're benefiting from it. Their kids can go there. And why is Jersey City taking the brunt of the cost? I encourage you to do the right thing for the students and people here in Jersey City. Please remember, every vote counts, yours and ours. We, the Jersey City constituents, will remember the financial repercussions from your decisions in the next election. I also want to add on to the previous caller. I am an educator and I agree with everything that she was saying. We are quality educators, our students are quality, and we should be funded in a quality manner. It should match, right? So thank you for your time, and I hope you have a good night.
Okay, thank you. We have our next speaker on the line. If you can state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Maggie Branch.
Okay, Maggie, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. I am a homeowner in Jersey City, and I've been a homeowner for almost 50 years. And I'm very concerned about this new school, the Liberty Science School that they're going to be funding. I have so many questions about that, like the $2 million that really kind of threw me. The $2 million that's going to be funded every year, that's going to be funded every year for this school. And we have high schools here in Jersey City and other public schools as well that are underfunded and that need a lot of services and a lot of financial support. And I'm just wondering, with that $2 million that you're going to give to the Science Center for the Liberty School, I'm just wondering if maybe some of that money can't be earmarked for some of the public schools. And why can't we have some of the programs that you're going to put into that particular school if you can't kind of improve some of the educational components that are already in place in the public schools that are in Jersey City? I just have a real problem with that, and I would like to see. I mean, I don't have a problem with the school being, built and funded, but I do have a problem with the money not being, some of it being earmarked for the Jersey City school system, the public school system, which is in dire need of financial support as well as academic. There's so many things that's needed in the school, and I haven't heard where any of that money is going to be going for the public schools. And that's all I have to say. Hello?
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Bye now.
Okay, give us just a second. We're getting the next caller patched through. Colleen, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, if you can just state your full name for the record, please.
Colleen Kelleher.
Okay, Colleen, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Colleen Kelleher. I am a lifelong resident of this city and a 34-year veteran teacher in the Jersey City Public Schools. I am currently the Vice President of the Jersey City Education Association. As exciting as the prospect of a new school is for a person like me, this proposal falls short. I want to remind you all that you were voted into the office of City Council members by the Jersey City residents. As our elected representatives, your obligation is to the 280,000 plus residents of Jersey City, many of whom are enrolled in the Jersey City Public Schools.
Tonight I ask you, in the words of our dearly departed Councilman Michael Youn, is this fair? Is this just? Why on earth would you think of committing upwards of $80 million to a school that will serve children outside of Jersey City when you know the funding crisis that exists in the Jersey City public schools? The state has withdrawn funding from us for many years, and the city has not fully funded the schools in more than 13 years. We all knew that these funding cuts were coming. We were promised money from the payroll tax. That never came through. The residents of Jersey City look to you to prioritize Jersey City's children. This is most certainly not the time to subsidize the children of other municipalities when our own Jersey City children are being shortchanged. How much are the other municipalities kicking in towards this school? I believe if you vote your conscience, and on behalf of those you serve, the city residents, you will not support this extraordinary gift to Hudson County when our Jersey City schools need this vital funding. I'm a taxpayer in Jersey City, and along with my family members, I do not wish to place further burden on the taxes of the Jersey City residents. I ask you to table this resolution and focus on the funding of the Jersey City schools. Collect the payroll tax from the developers and make our Jersey public city schools your priority. They are your children too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For the record, speaker 5.43, the call went to voicemail. So we're moving on to 5.45. Raphael, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Raphael, give me a second. The other callers that you've spoken already, can you please hang up? Okay, thank you. Raphael, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Raphael Wakefield.
Okay, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, council members and president. Regarding resolution 21-260, the SciTech City school issue, we've heard a lot about the funding and purpose, but I want to talk about something else. My concern is about the SciTech City campus itself. We are talking about a 1950s concept of a suburban office park wedged between I-78 and the road that people use to avoid I-78 tolls. A problem, by the way, that this council will exacerbate by its choice to fund the extension of Jersey Avenue as a shortcut for even more speeding cars. At this point, the science is pretty overwhelming that living near a highway or a major roadway, even for only a few years, is associated with neurological disorders and cognitive impairment. Not only that, placing a school there where walking is difficult, if not impossible, means that there will likely be many more teen drivers on the road. There may also be school buses, which are extremely expensive to run because they require professional drivers being paid to work only a short time, twice a day, and the buses sit idle the rest of the time. I get the compromises have to be made. I get that the state SDA is completely useless, and to some degree, the city needs to take opportunities as they arrive. But this is a bad opportunity. The whole SciTech City concept is a big mistake. The land is better left alone as a natural area and a highway buffer. Strong cities grow incrementally, doubling down on already strong neighborhoods with more infill, like we did in the Newark Avenue Plaza, not searching for the next piece of virgin land to escape our existing problems. The county should be building schools where people live in walkable areas with an eye to ratchet down car use and enable students to walk, bike, or ride public transit to school. Please vote against or table this resolution. Also, regarding resolution 21-236, the federal 1033 surplus program approval, I realize that this resolution prohibits the transfer of weaponry to the police, which is good, but I will remind you that money is fungible and federal transfers free up budgets for other purposes. It seems to me that the real problem with this program, not just for Jersey City, but every city, is not so much the specific equipment the police receive as it is that the city council is giving up its power, its financing power, to oversee the police. We need a CCRB, not even less accountability for police operations. Please vote against or table this resolution as well, because we need more oversight before anything else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker, 5.46, has already spoken. We're moving on to 5.47. Jeff, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you please state your full name for the record?
Jeff Kaplowitz.
Okay, Jeff, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, Council President and Council members. I live in Society Hill. I'm also a PS 38 and Snyder High School graduate. A city's success is based on good government delivering services, safety, quality housing for all residents, good transportation, business and jobs, amenities, open space, and a good educational system. That is what ties the city together for a positive future. Our school system encompasses preschool to high school, charter schools, and magnet schools that work together to enhance the most valuable asset we have, our children. The future is theirs, and I believe that the Liberty Science Center High School, or SciTech, is another component in that goal. If the city built a school, it would cost in excess of $50 million. The $2 million per year is a savings, and it does not take away from the Board of Education. In fact, it is part of a holistic fabric of educating children. The problem that we are discussing tonight is not the fault of the city or the Board of Education. It is the Democratic Party leadership in Trenton. The Democratic Party expects us to vote for them into power, but once they are there, they turn their backs on Jersey City. They refuse to preserve Liberty State Park. They have taken away our direct representation in Trenton and Washington, D.C. The state ran the school system for over 30 years and never addressed the issues stated tonight. And now they are taking away money from the Board of Education. The Board of Education, the governing body of Jersey City, and local business leaders should work together to tell the state Democratic Party that they should put more money into the Board of Education next year. Otherwise, come election day, we will be not voting for them back in power. I believe we all are in agreement that education of our Jersey City children is the main goal, and we should not be fighting each other on this. I ask you to vote for Resolution 1035 for SciTech that advances another school in Jersey City that will benefit all the children and the city in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next two speakers, 5.48 and 5.49, the calls went to voicemail. We're moving on to 5.50. We're trying to get Tom on the line. It looks like our next speaker, 5.50, Tom, it also went to voicemail, so we're moving on to Melanie. Okay, we have our next speaker on the line. Can you state your name for the record?
Melanie DePhillips.
Okay, Melanie, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Melanie DePhillips. I am a Jersey City teacher. I have been teaching in Jersey City for the past 20 years. I'm calling today in regards to 10-35 about the new school that will be built in and near Liberty Science Center. I am a science teacher, and I feel that this is a slap in the face to the students of Jersey City because the money that could be going to them to fund science labs and STEM labs for the students of Jersey City. So I would like you to reconsider having this school built so that the funding can go to the students of Jersey City. I thank you very much and have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're getting our next speaker on the line. Jessica, are you on the line?
Yes.
Okay, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Jessica Taub.
Okay, Jessica, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Jessica Taub, and I'm a resident of Ward B. I'm calling tonight for 2 reasons. The first is I just want to once again voice my enthusiastic support for an independently run civilian complaint review board. The police cannot police themselves, and you know, we're tired of seeing Black and brown folks in the city being harassed and abused by the police with no accountability. I'm not sure why it was taken off the table, and I'm hoping that it will be coming back for a vote very soon. Secondly, the hot topic of the night, this SciTech or this Liberty Science Center school. I actually was really reflecting as I was listening to all the speakers, and I thought, as angry as I was when I saw that this was coming up for a vote, I'm actually in some ways really happy because this is the first time I've ever attended a city council meeting and seen so many people calling in support of funding our public schools. I'm just really thrilled about that, and I'm glad that this is something that is now really being brought to the city's attention. So I am definitely against funding this school in the way that it's being proposed, providing $2 million a year to a school that will serve only a fraction of Jersey City students. To me, this is a slap in the face to the nearly 30,000 Jersey City public school students who have been robbed of the education they deserve and are constitutionally entitled to because of underfunding, due in part to the fact that the city has not done enough to fund the schools. Our school board has been painted as the villain when they are simply doing the job that they were elected to do, which is to fully fund the schools. They are chastised for wanting to raise the tax levy when they are left with few options, yet suddenly the city has money for a fancy school that will serve so few of our kids. We've heard time and time again tonight that we would be paying for this school twice, and we do not understand why. It seems that the city is asking the majority of Jersey City's children and their dedicated teachers to do more with less, while they provide the opportunity for a small percentage of Jersey City students, as well as students from other towns in Hudson County, to do more with more. There are 30 students in my daughter's 2nd grade class. A third of the children in her school learn in trailers. There is one small space in the basement that serves as a cafeteria, a tiny gym, and an auditorium, but only if you bring in chairs. Overcrowding like this is common in our schools. My daughter is 8 and struggles with reading. 2 years ago, her school lost its reading recovery teacher due to budget cuts. Where is the $2 million from the city for her school and all the other public schools with limited resources? I really hope that each of you tonight will do what is right for all of our children and taxpayers and table this resolution. I really hope that you will look inside and ask yourself what is the right thing to do and not what someone else is hoping that you will do. And I hope one day we will see a city hall that invests equitably in all of our children and all of our schools. Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to the next speaker. 5.53. Steve, are you on the line?
I'm here.
Okay, can you state your full name for the record?
Sure, this is Steve Cunningham. Hello, Council. Thanks so much for your time.
I'm just going to give you a countdown, Steve, so give me 1 second.
Sure.
Okay. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, everyone on Council. Thank you guys for your time. I just want to speak about the proposal for the high school in Liberty State Park. You know, I was watching the video the other day and I loved Mr. Boggiano's questions. Where is the other funding coming from? There are 9 other towns in the county and all 9 are not sending money, which begs the question, how can all other 9 be wrong? What are we doing that we're sending money when the other 9 are not? And as a taxpayer, that's like really infuriating to know that unanimously the rest of the county doesn't support this, but our council does. I don't understand the rationale behind that. And I also love the questions by Council President Waterman and Councilman Saleh asking about the number of students from each town. And Paul Hoffman gave a very clear answer. He said only about 1/3 are going to come from town. That means 70% of the student body is going to be from out of town, and yet 100% of local funding will come from Jersey City. So while our schools are underfunded, we're going to overfund a few dozen school kids in a county school. I do not understand the rationale behind that, because with only 1/3, we're talking 130 students. That's nothing. That's nothing. That's not a lot of kids. And if you consider the fact that in each year they're going to add a year, because that's what schools do when they open up, that means in year one we're going to send what, $2 million for 30 kids? Does this sound like reasonable spending? Spending where you're concerned about the taxpayer? To me, I don't understand that. And I understand that the idea of a new building is very appealing, that there's going to be internships, but the internships, those buildings aren't even built yet. So we're talking about internships many years down the road. Many years, and people talk about the idea that it's a county school, and county schools are great. But the other county school in town ranks, if you believe in rankings, ranks about the same as Innovation, another STEM school run by Jersey City Public Schools, partnered with NJCU. And that's just the one STEM school. There's 3 schools, McNair, Infinity, Liberty, that well outrank the other county school in town. So on any level, I don't understand the rationale behind this. However, I do, I've said this time and time, anytime I speak before you guys, I do have faith in you. I do have faith in your ability to consider the people and the taxpayer and the kids. And so I know you guys will make the right decision. Thank you all for your time and your service to the town.
Okay, thank you. We have our next caller on the line. Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Christina Guach.
Okay, Christina, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
So I'm a resident of Jersey City. I had my children go to Jersey City schools. I have my grandchild that currently resides with me that is in a Jersey City school. And I feel that it's really important for us to move forward with the school. We do need the extra space, considering the COVID outbreak and our limited resources with having enough room for students in classrooms. So this is a really great thing to open up another school, to give kids more opportunities, more chances, more space to go to school. I feel that the price that everyone's looking at in the beginning is just that. It's the price. You have to put money out in order to get something great to happen. So in the future, a lot of internships, yes, a lot of children being able to pick another choice and have another place to go, instead of saying, well, I want to be homeschooled because I don't want to be in a room full of 35, 40 children because there's not enough space in the schools. So this is a really good chance for Jersey City to open up another school and have another resource for children to go and learn. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. If you can just hang up after you're done speaking, please. We have our next caller on the line. Can you state your name for the record?
Salo Diaz.
Okay, Salo, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thanks. Dear members of the City Council, my name is Salo Diaz. I am a resident of Ward D and father to a Jersey City public school student. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the new SciTech High School that's being proposed. I honestly believe that going forward with this project is a benefit to both the public and especially to our children. There isn't much that I could say that hasn't already been said, but I do want to point one thing out. One argument that I constantly hear tonight is that taxpayers in Jersey City are paying to educate children outside of Jersey City. I would just like to remind the City Council that the main reason our public school system received such a devastating cut was because other parts of the state of New Jersey did not want to pitch in tax dollars to our ABID district. Sadly, I think the argument of our children versus theirs is the same mentality that led to the public school cuts in the first place. And I'm hoping that the City Council sees this tonight and votes in favor of the new high school. At the end of the day, an education is invaluable. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you. We have our next caller on the line. If you can state your name for the record, please.
Esther Rodriguez.
Okay, Esther, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, good evening. Well, my name is Esther Rodriguez, and I'm a homeowner, a taxpayer, and my children currently attend Jersey City Public Schools. I take this opportunity to speak with you, not only in fulfillment of my civic duty, but as a mother concerned for her daughter's future, the future of the children of Jersey City and Hudson County at large. Having attended public schools in Hudson County growing up, and having my children enrolled in public school, I see firsthand the struggles of school administrators and teachers to secure funding, create lesson plans, and maintain active parental and community involvement. Their best efforts, however, fell short of providing students with the world-class education that all parents of Hudson County so desperately desire for their children. It is through no fault of teachers and administrators, however, their efforts have time and again not been met with proper funding of educational infrastructures. It is not enough that we wish the best for our children and for our students. We must fight for the best. Today, we have an opportunity to commit ourselves to that principle by making sure that our resources and our money is spent on our schools. Hudson County is home to some of the most diverse and talented students in the country. Sadly, our children's intellect and talent is often overlooked when it comes to allocating the funding for revolutionary infrastructure like what Liberty Science High School will become. It is not just another budgetary matter, it is a moral obligation. Please vote on passing this critical funding for the future students of Jersey City and Hudson County. Thank you for your time. I hope you have a great evening.
Thank you. We have our next caller on the line. If you can state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Sarah Law.
Okay, Sarah, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, good evening, council members. I'm Zara Lal, a sophomore at McNair Academic High School. When I applied to McNair in 8th grade, I was told that McNair was the best school in the state, the pride point of Jersey City. But when I started attending McNair last year, I was surprised, to say the least. There was no water in the bathroom sinks, and if you were lucky enough to get the sink to turn on, there was rarely any hand soap available. After gym class, me and my friends would find cockroaches crawling around in the girls' mold-infested locker room. We had to share Chromebooks in class, even when we were working on individual assignments, because there weren't enough for everybody to share. Our textbooks were falling apart. I played varsity tennis for McNair, and this past season, we had to wear the boys' team's old uniforms. McNair has an extremely devoted staff and student body, and I think we, along with many other Jersey City public schools, deserve better. How are we, as students, supposed to prosper without the right resources? Already existing Jersey City schools desperately need more attention and better funding, so I'm asking you to please focus on them before you invest in new county schools. Additionally, there are already 2 existing schools of technology. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I'm asking you to please table this resolution.
Thank you. Our next speaker is being patched through. If you can just give us a second. Our next speaker is on the line. If you can state your name for the record, please.
Abraham Rodriguez.
Okay, Abraham, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening. My name is Abraham Rodriguez. I'm a resident of Ward A. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. This is in regards to Resolution 21-260 regarding the construction and operation of Liberty Science Center High School. I'd like to begin with the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Budgets are moral documents. I firmly believe that budgets at every level of government are a reflection of what we value most as a society. That very principle, in my opinion, is being debated here tonight. We should know that on the same agenda for funding a high school is the consideration of the acquisition of surplus equipment from the Department of Defense for Jersey City Police. That we are even debating whether we can spare a negligible $2 million a year for operating a school facility is unacceptable. Having lived in Jersey City for nearly a decade, I've witnessed the existing structural inequities in education between suburban schools compared to schools in our city. We have an amazing opportunity to fund and host what will undoubtedly become one of the best high schools in the country, and have it here in our own backyard, serving our vibrant and culturally diverse community. Too often, some of our brightest and most talented students in Hudson County see their dreams cut short because the resources that would enable their potential do not exist. Threatening to withhold funding is not only politically irresponsible, but it directly negatively impacts the future of our students' education. I've heard the objections raised to this resolution, and I believe at the center of this issue is a concern that Jersey City residents are shouldering too much of a financial burden for the cost and operation of this high school. Once again, funding our educational system, local and county, should not be up for debate. As a taxpayer and homeowner in Jersey City, nothing would give me more satisfaction than knowing that my money is spent on investing in our educational infrastructure, especially when we have other more questionable spending measures. I agree with the mayor, and it's important to note that this comes at a massive discount for Jersey City taxpayers. We are being asked to contribute only $2 million a year to the school, which equates to approximately $10,000 per student. This comes at a time when state aid to our school district has been cut by tens of millions of dollars over the past 4 years. Trenton has made it clear that we cannot count on them for assistance. We have to step up for our city, our county, and our students. I commend Hudson County and the mayor for their assurances, which include allocating 60% of enrollment to Jersey City students, the guarantee to keep corporations and donors away from control of the school, and the Liberty Science Center's effort to raise funds for teaching 7th and 8th grade students the skills necessary to prepare them for a STEM-focused curriculum. At the same time, I would urge Hudson County and Liberty Science Center to continue to develop a fair and equitable admission standard that benefits students across all demographics. I urge my councilwoman, Denise Ridley, as well as other council members to vote yes on approving Resolution 21-260 for the construction and operation of LLC High School. I support this resolution, not just as a resident and taxpayer of the city, but as a parent and a concerned member of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. We have our next speaker on the line. If you can state your name for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Megan Howard Novak.
Okay, Megan, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Megan Howard Novak. I am a resident of Ward B and a Jersey City public school parent. I am speaking tonight to urge the Council to reject Resolution 21-260, adopting the MOU regarding the construction and operations of Liberty Science Center High School. I will be brief. I hope you have all been listening to the many students who have called in to speak in opposition to this resolution. They have illustrated through their firsthand accounts why we should not be committing this extra funding to this new county high school. Jersey City must prioritize its public schools and public school students. If the Jersey City public schools were fully funded and the city wanted to dedicate extra funds to a separate county school, I think that would be worth consideration. However, as the council is well aware at this point, our public schools are not fully funded. They have been underfunded for over a decade. In 2020 in Jersey City, the school levy accounted for only 27% of the local property tax levy. The state average in 2020 was 52%. Why does it matter whether we fund Jersey City public schools or this county school? A school is a school, you might argue. And why not give Jersey City students an opportunity to get a world-class STEM education? The issue here that cannot be ignored is one of equity. Who will attend this school? How will those students be selected? Will they be representative of the student population of Jersey City, serving English language learners, students with special needs, and economically disadvantaged students in similar proportions to the Jersey City public schools? Just how many spots will be for Jersey City students? Might there be a bias in terms of who can afford to enroll in public schools that charge their students an annual activity fee? These are not minor details to be figured out later. They lie at the heart of the issue. Who is Jersey City serving? Our budget shows our values as a city. Who are we valuing? The select few students who will be privileged to attend this school, or the vast majority of students in currently underfunded Jersey City public schools? Let's make sure that all Jersey City students have access to a world-class education. Let's start talking about all Jersey City public schools as capable of competing with schools across the country. And that has to start with properly funding our local public schools and not expecting them to do more with less. Then, and only then, can we talk about funding extras like this. We must start and end with equity, and this resolution is not equitable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have our next speaker on the line. If you can state your name for the record.
Hi, yes, Andrew Russo.
Okay, Andrew, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. So in addition to talking about permanent supportive housing and affordable housing efforts, particularly for families in Jersey City, I'm here to speak on Resolution 21-260. And I come with two different minds to this meeting. And, one, I'm about 20 minutes, I'm in Ward F, 20 minutes away in terms of a walk to where the site would be. So I'm pretty excited of a prospect of a new school coming in right kind of in our backyard. And, I intend to be a longtime resident in Jersey City. I intend to raise a family here, and to hear that that is a possibility for someone like me is immense. And so I applaud the project overall. But the second mind that I have is coming as a transactional attorney who is used to negotiating MOUs, used to negotiating, terms and conditions of deals. And I would not counsel, in the specific resolution, I remind, we're not talking about funding for the school board, et cetera. We're talking about whether or not the council should adopt this MOU as currently written. If you look at, or if you watched, I think a number of us did, the caucus meeting, it was very clear that there are a number of members on the council who want more out of this deal. And I encourage that thought. I agree with that. I think that instead of tabling, to send, because we did lose some real bargaining power here the second we handed the land over. So now to readjust, we need to send a strong message that this proposal is not as good as we can do here. Let's reject it. Let's reset, bring all the parties to the negotiating table, and see what we can come up with in terms of a better deal. So while I think it's a good project, and I think we should absolutely do this and keep at it, we need a better deal for Jersey City. So I would urge the council to reject the adoption of the MOU and maybe table this so that we can get a better deal. And I want to point out, it says at the very end, it is a non-binding MOU. I agree with Councilman Solomon, Councilman Lavaro, a number on the council who said we need better guarantees in writing. That's 60% too. I mean, we heard it on the call. It went from 60%, 33%, 40%. That's because nothing is written down or guaranteed. Let's get it in writing. Let's have it be binding. Let's follow it. And don't forget, it's not $2 million, it's 2% escalator on top of that per year. So it compounds a lot of money. All right. Thank you.
Okay, we have our next speaker on the line. If you can state your name for the record, please.
Daniel Levin.
Okay, Daniel, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. Good evening, council. My name is Daniel Levin. I'm a resident and homeowner in Ward B. I've just had 2 children graduate the last 2 years from Jersey City high schools. And when you have children in the schools, you get involved and you have a good handle, at least, of what's happening in the school environment. As many have said, our schools are severely underfunded and we need to fix that. And then you can't complain about the management of the schools when they're going in there without the resources necessary to even attempt to do their jobs. But there's a few other things I'd like to add that have been, to what's been mentioned before. You know, the whole Sci-Tech City, you know, Yale, an Ivy League school in New Haven, Connecticut, has been trying to get a tech incubator startup off the ground for almost 40 years in New Haven on the site of the former Winchester Arms firearms factory. You know, this could take 10 years, 15 years, 20 years if it ever works. You know, these tech startups will not be there for the kids if the school opens before that. And then the next thing I want to mention, you know, the M in STEM is for math. You know, it's a great catchword. Everybody loves it. So I can envision the mayor and council members doing a shovel, the ground breaking with shovels and getting the pictures on the cover of magazines, how great this is. But the M in STEM is for math. And if this is a county-run school, the county-run schools are dismal in providing math to our students. They fall way short in math assessments compared to Jersey City tested schools, you know, on the State Department of Education report cards. You know, high tech is around 30%, county prep is 45%. Our Infinity is at 87%, McNair's at 90%. These are all tested in schools. So clearly there's a problem with county-run schools being able to prepare the kids to even go to a STEM school. So, you know, there's a huge disconnect. I mean, just because the mayor says he wants it or Mr. Hoffman said he wants it doesn't make it. You know, it's not build it, they will come kind of thing. I mean, I was at a neighborhood association meeting about 10 years ago in Horseman's Cove when the mayor said, either you get your kids into one specific charter school or you have to leave Jersey City, which obviously is a bunch of bunk because a lot of kids go to high school and graduate and go on to outstanding colleges and outstanding careers. Many of our council members graduate from the Jersey City schools. My kids have graduated from Jersey City schools. Jersey City Board of Ed member, Musab Ali. So, I mean, you know, you have to really ask yourself, who are you really going to believe? Or are you going to do your own research? Find out whether Sci-Tech is even viable. And also find out how they're going to build a STEM program ground up with no experience. So I thank you for your time. You know, everyone else made great points. So please reject this. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker, 5.62, Joseph. The call went to voicemail. We're moving on to 5.63. Paul, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, my name is Paul Hoffman, and I'm the president and CEO of Liberty Science Center.
Okay, Paul, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. When I came before you in March of 2017, we talked about Sci-Tech City as this project, an innovation campus to grow dozens of world-changing science and technology startup companies, and also to reimagine science education. We will be breaking ground this year on Edgeworks, an 8-story building, which will be the place that we house these new companies. And 70% of companies that make it in an incubator set up shop within 5 miles of where they are born. And that is what you signed on to and entrusted us to do. And this is $100 million that we have needed to put together. And we will be breaking ground this year on that and opening this in 2023. The other element of this was to do a school. And I stood up there and agreed that we would do a public school if there was public funding for it. That's what we all agreed to. And right after that meeting, we started conversations, and the administration started conversations with the DOE in Trenton and also with the leadership in Jersey City. And they said, this is a wonderful idea, but there is no funding mechanism for it. So we found a funding mechanism, and that's the bonding authority of the county to be able to float bonds for $45 million and build this school. So that is why we're doing that. And this school, because it's going to lag the creation of Edgeworks, those companies. So one thing people have said is, where are the internships going to be? They're going to be there because the school will probably open. I mean, the timetable has not been defined by the Hudson County Improvement Authority, but it will probably open a year later than Edgeworks. So what's unique about this school is all the internships and meaningful work experiences that those children can do. We are committed to Jersey City. In the year before COVID, we did programs with 13,000 Jersey City students. And now, even during COVID, 4 days a week, we do an after-school program at Mahatma Gandhi School. 4 days a week, we do an after-school STEM program at the President Barack Obama School on JFK Boulevard. We just did a program for 1,700 students that was a partnership with the Jersey City Public Schools Department of Special Education and the Jersey Free Public Library. 1,700 students came for a virtual tour of Liberty Science Center, learned about cardiology, and learned about African-American cardiologists like Dr. Daniel Hale Williams that contributed to that field. We are going to make Jerome Robinson's dream come true and create engineers and astronauts in Ward F. We've set aside $300,000, $200,000 of which will go to Jersey City. We've already raised that. Yes.
I'm sorry, but your time is up.
I see the time clock going, so I seem to have a little extra time.
You're on a delay, a 30-second delay.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you for your support.
Have a good night. Our next caller is on the line. Can you state your name for the record?
Pam Johnson.
Okay, Pam, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, Council. My name is Pam Johnson. I am a lifelong resident of Ward A, property owner, mother, and grandmother of a baby girl who will enter the Jersey City Public School System next year. I am also the Executive Director of the Jersey City Anti-Violence Coalition Movement. I feel like we always end up meeting about this issue. Schools have been underfunded by not only the City of Jersey City, but by cuts from the state of New Jersey for some time. Most of the youth that we serve at Jersey City Anti-Violence attend Jersey City Public Schools, and their community, social, emotional, and educational needs are being unaddressed, overlooked, and underfunded. How do we expect greatness from our children and their families if investing in their education has become a political tug-of-war? You don't invest in education by building new schools. You do it by strengthening the existing schools who need support and remembering your campaign promise to our youth and their families. Done correctly, then you build and fund more schools dedicated to Jersey City students, especially with all the developing that's going on, that's bringing more families here. I care about every family in Jersey City, but I know where the greatest need is as it relates to the quality of education in my city, because I live on that side of town. And this school will not be our youth, an opportunity for our youth. Their opportunities are in those schools they already attend, and you should fund them. I heard speakers in favor of this mention the passion and talent and the need for quality education for children, but I don't think they're talking about all children. If they were, they would be more concerned about those children who are never afforded a quality education. And here's the fact. Those same children will absolutely apply to this new school, but the slots will not be so welcoming. And since we already know by some of our expert callers that this issue will be most likely mentioned maybe even 35 years from now because of the lack of funding, why move forward with this? Correct the existing issues, fund our schools. The Jersey City that I am born and raised in do not leave people behind and neglect communities in distress. Please table this resolution. It only makes sense. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. We're moving on to the next speaker. If you can state your name for the record, please.
My name is Noah Navarro.
Okay, Noah, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
I'd like to thank the City Council for my time and say that it's very clear from all the callers that called in tonight, we're facing a crisis. Our schools are underfunded and falling apart. And any opportunity to provide education to the schools, to the students, needs to be taken. As the major source of operational funding, we have bargaining power and we need to use it to make the best deal for our city. As this resolution stands, it's unconscionable that the City Council would accept it. There needs to be some sort of legally binding stipulation that as the major source of funding, we would get a certain amount of Jersey City students first access to this school, or else it is unthinkable that we would fund it without help from the other cities in our county. Now, I'd also like to say that we're all playing for the same team. We all want to fund the schools, City Council and school board and the voters. So let's work together. Why are we fighting over scraps like $2 million when we need to present a united front and take the fight up to where we can actually get the money that we need for our schools? $2 million would not solve the problems that the school district faces. I know, I'm a student myself. We need way more than $2 million. I believe we're $100 million at least under state adequacy. So let's take that to the state. Let's work together and actually take this problem to where it can be discussed and solved. I'd like to encourage the City Council and the Mayor to meet with President Ali and work together to fight this problem where it needs to be fought, rather than doing this silly political dance within the boundaries of our city. Thank you for your time. I yield back.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 5.66 went to voicemail. 5.67 declined to speak. We are going to 5.68. That one just went to voicemail as well. We're moving on to 5.69.
Hello.
Hi, can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, I is Eiko Laboria.
Okay, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, Council. This is Eiko Laboria, United States of Women Ambassador for Gender Equality. I'd like to begin by saying that I once was about to close a deal and someone mispronounced my name or called me by the wrong name, and that gave me pause, because that definitely says something when someone calls you by the wrong name. The second thing I'm going to say that I want to advise the council of is the White House gender equality policy, which basically states that there's great gender inequality across the country. Jersey City is no exception. Every issue is a gender equality issue, a gender equity issue. I applaud Madam Council President Waterman for raising the flag to launch Women's History Month, and I also commend her for her March 8th forum in honoring women in the City Council that have done great work during the pandemic. All this work must be supported by policy that is consistently breaking barriers for women. During this past week, the U.S. Commission met on the status of women and girls, and it was reported that 70% of the world's women are poor. That means that it's up to the rest of us, the 30% remaining, to make sure that we are consistently pushing agendas that are pushing forward, breaking barriers. It is up to us, because if we don't do it as women, we are never going to get it done. If we keep drinking the Kool-Aid and just going along with everything that's presented to us, it'll be another 130 years before we see full gender equality. The arts tax, we must ask ourselves, how are women being represented? How are we breaking down barriers? How can we assure that we are making sure that they are getting equal funding? In SciTech City, we have to ask ourselves, 27% of women in STEM careers are only women, 27%. How are we assuring that girls, especially Black, Latinas, are making sure that are breaking barriers and getting admitted, and their programs designed to make sure that they can excel? Councilperson Lararo has a resolution condemning Asian hate, which I support. But above it being Asian hate, it was violence against women, the same type of violence that claimed the life of Alicia McFadden. We must consistently be asking ourselves and looking and assuring that we are elevating women and girls. The pandemic has decimated us, and we have lost 1 million plus jobs in our male counterparts. What are we going to do to make sure that we can elevate, that we can get women on the right track for the future? Thank you, and have a great evening.
Thank you. We have our next caller on the line. If you can state your name for the record, please.
Sure, my name is Trisha, last name Cuthbertson.
Okay, Trisha, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Great, I'll just make this short and sweet. My name is Trisha. I am the parent of 2 kids in the Jersey City Public Schools. I am fully in favor of the SciTech school. I think as a parent, we should always have a choice as to where we educate our kids. $2 million is $8 a person. I don't see that as a huge impact. $2 million will not impact or change the already mismanaged, dysfunctional Jersey City public school system. Having another school benefits everybody. And so therefore, I feel as though it's important to have that choice, and I support the building of this school. Thank you.
Thank you. We're getting our next speaker on the line. Okay, 5.71, Sylvia. That call went to voicemail. We're getting in touch with 5.72, Maria. Okay, Maria?
Yes, hi.
Hi, can you say your full name for the record, please?
Maria Enriquez.
Okay, Maria, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm a Jersey City resident, mother of 4 children who all attend our authentic public schools. I understand that this SciTech City is a public-private partnership with SciTech City LLC. I also understand that this is a long-term 99-year ground lease. In Section 6, Part B, it says that the city agrees to pay to the HCST on an annual basis $2 million, escalated as provided herein and referred to as city contribution. The city contribution shall be payable each year thereafter on the anniversary date for 30 years. The city contribution shall escalate in an annual basis at the rate of 2% per annum. So I have 3 questions. Did you know that students with special needs hold classes in basements of schools? In Dickinson's case, the sub-basement. In McNair, basement. Academy 1, the basement. Full disclosure, I'm also a special ed teacher, and I teach self-contained classes for students ages 14 to 21 at Ferris High School. We're housed at the old 9 on the 1st floor. My next question is, what about our average students, those who, despite difficulties, homelessness, and other home issues, try their best and get only B's and C's and not all A's? As a mother, I'm asking, why is the city only willing to invest in our A++ students? Yes, we have a ton of science talented high school students. I can guarantee you that the best and brightest are not only in McNair. They won't all fit. The best and brightest are in all our schools. Ferris, Dickinson, Lincoln, Snyder, Infinity, Innovation, Liberty High School, those are all choices. And lastly, why is our city only willing to contribute $2 million a year for the SciTech City LLC school when this city has refused to fund the rest of our public schools for years? Where's the money from developers? You gave tax abatements to developers and they never give a cent to our schools. You gave more money for those who have more. Is this what you want? Jersey City wants to give more to those who already are privileged in talent or wealth or both. If you pass this resolution 21-26 tonight, you'll be letting our children know that you are playing favorites. You will move heaven and earth for the best and brightest A++ students. You will send all our children this message that the needs of our B and C average children and our special ed children aren't as important as the needs of those who earn all A's in school. Please don't play favorites. Don't choose to nurture the most intelligent A+ students of other cities, rather than care and nurture all our children here in Jersey City. Give all our children a chance,
Maria?
And fund our Jersey City schools fully. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. We're moving on. Let's see, speaker 5.73, the call went to voicemail. We're moving on to 5.74. Edward, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Repeat that.
Can you state your full name for the record, please?
Ed Witkowski.
Okay, and your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you, Council President, members. I'm calling to oppose CCRB. First of all, I want to know, does it make Jersey City safer? I doubt that. The promotion of CCRB is a New Salem witch hunt. It's all about power. The police have a difficult job as it is. And I don't understand this. They're going to rioting, street fights, looting, arson, and this is called police brutality because they have to take charge of the area and bring it back to normalcy. Let me put it this way. If the council wants to know about policing and what they really do, contact the chief's office and ask the chief's office if they have this ride around program where people from the council can ride around with policemen, not escorted in the armored car, but working in a radio car where they can see what the police do. And if they're talking about brutality, let me give you a couple examples of what real brutality is. Anybody over here at Starling's Secret Police? Or the marches, the civil rights marches in the Deep South, what they had to go through? Also the Eastern Europeans, they had their Marxist police, Castro, Venezuela. They have all these police that imitate the public. Certainly not the Jersey City Police. We have a great group of guys and girls, probably as good a profession, good guys over bad guys, anywhere. Meaning that the ratio for good cops over bad cops is 99% good guys over bad guys. And I think that the internal affairs is a workable thing. The activists don't think they go fast enough, but I believe they do. And like I said, the most important thing I said tonight was any members of the council, if they would like to call the chief's office and ask to ride around with the police, probably ingrained more on us Friday or Saturday night. See what it's really like to walk 1 mile in a policeman's shoes before they make any decision. And that's all I have to say. So anybody else wants to? That's about it.
Okay, thank
Hello? Yep, that's it. Unless somebody wants to ask me a question.
You have 14 seconds left to speak if you'd like to continue.
No, I'm finished with what I want to say. I realize you're really busy tonight, so I just want to give my couple of points in.
Okay, Edward. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
You're welcome. You have a good night.
Okay, we're moving on to the next speaker. Can you
Yes,
state
hi,
your
I'm
name
here.
and record, please?
Yeah, my name is Ryan Moser.
Okay, Ryan, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, my name is Ryan Moser, like I said, and I'm a member of NGO 8 for Progress and the Hudson County Progressive Alliance. I'm also a Democratic County Committee person for Ward E, where I've lived for 13 years now. But most importantly for the conversation we're having tonight, I'm also a high school English teacher. And it's really in that capacity that I want to urge the council to reject Resolution 21260, which, as we know, would commit the city to spending $2 million plus for a county-operated high school at Liberty State Park. So from my personal story, from 2014 to 2018, I taught at Met's Charter School, which some of you might be familiar with, in Jersey City Heights, which was supposed to be a specialty STEM school, though it never actually lived up to that promise. I have to say the best part of that job was working with students from my own city, with seeing firsthand their potential and the needs that the children of our city had to offer educators. But no matter how hard I worked, I and the teachers of that school could never do enough to provide our students with all of the opportunities that were promised by the school's founders and operators. So you may wonder why that is. And that's because that school, as you may recall, was opened not primarily as an educational institution, but as a way of funneling tax money into the hands of the friends and family of the people who ran the school. So through nepotism, graft, and embezzlement, they stole millions of dollars. And even after they were caught, the school never really recovered. Even though through the best efforts of the parents, teachers, and students of the school, it did manage to limp along until 2019 when it was permanently closed by the state, which was a pretty fitting end for the charter school experiment, as it was basically another disappointment and disruption for the wonderful students that the school was supposed to be serving. And I can't help wonder how much better the Jersey City Public Schools could have spent the money that was stolen by this charter school. And so I do trust that the Hudson County Schools of Technology are at least slightly more capable of running an effective school, but that doesn't mean that they're free from corruption or that this new school is not another project on which the city and county can offer patronage jobs for political favors, all outside the oversight of the Board of Education and free from its legal agreements. But even if no such corrupt practices were to be found at this new high school, it represents, like Met's Charter School, a notion about public schools whose time has come and gone. Even if run pristinely, schools that pull resources from other schools in order to better provide for quote-unquote gifted, quote-unquote talented, accelerated programs, or that promise choice or opportunity, words I hear thrown around a lot tonight, these lead to greater inequality and continue to feed into the notion that having elite or better schools for wealthier and whiter people is a natural part of our educational system rather than an outgrowth of a system that has historically favored the wealthy and powerful at the expense of everyone else. Please reject funding Liberty Science Center High School, and please, 21236, last second, we shouldn't be buying military equipment from the U.S. Defense Department for our police force. Thanks, have a great night.
Thank you, Ryan. We're getting our next speaker on the line. We had her in, but for some reason the call dropped. So if you can just give us a second. Okay, we have our next speaker on the line. If you can state your name for the record, please.
Ariana Fialon.
Okay, Ariana, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ariana Fialon, and I'm a junior at McNair Academic High School. As many of you know, Jersey City's public schools are infamous for their poor infrastructure and for providing students with subpar educational resources. When we bring up the fact that we only have one school nurse for 700 students, or that our bathrooms and ceilings are broken, or that we've never done a chemistry lab, or that there are bugs crawling all over the cafeteria floor, we are always met with the same response. We don't have the money to fix that. In the last week, we found that this administration does in fact have that money, but they've chosen to put it towards a county school. We've also found that Jersey City will be paying an extra $2 million on top of the land that we donated. As students, we relied on our government officials and the Jersey City Board of Education to provide us with an education. The adults in these positions have failed us over and over again, both because of lack of funding and because the little funding we do have is mismanaged. I'm here to ask that you invest in the children of Jersey City. In the coming years, the Jersey City Public Schools will be challenged by attempting to make up for the loss of education due to remote learning during the pandemic. The job of educating our students just got even harder, and we need every resource to make sure that these public schools are doing the job to the best of their ability. I understand that this plan looks good or is good in theory, but I'm asking you to put aside your political agendas and ask yourselves, do we really have the resources needed to build a new school? Are we really doing what's best for the children of Jersey City, who must always be our top priority? I'm urging you to vote no, not just because I want you to put the Jersey City children first, but because a plan for a new county school is not ready. We need to at least table this discussion until we can better understand how this school would be to the advantage of Jersey City students. And we need assurances that it will add and not subtract from the resources that benefit Jersey City's children. Thank you.
Thank you. We have our next speaker on the line. If you can state your name for the record, please.
Charlene Mercado.
Okay, Charlene, we're gonna count you down in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good night, everyone. Thank you for having me and allowing me to speak. I do support the SciTech simply because I'm actually speaking as a mother. My daughter just got into a county high school, and it's been very hard just trying to get into high schools and being a resident of Jersey City. I live in Ward F. My daughter was born and raised in Ward F. And, you know, having to commute to North Bergen, it's going to be like 30 minutes minimum to go and then to come back. And I'm grateful for North Bergen and the council people for allowing a county school so that, you know, my daughter can attend. And again, it's necessary. SciTech is necessary. It's a great asset to Jersey City, and I'm all for it. I want to thank Councilman Robinson and all of you guys for in advance for voting for this type of school. And you know, we as parents, and again, I'm speaking as a mother. It's the quality of education that matters first and foremost. And for the first time for her getting into high tech, she doesn't have to pay. So it's pretty much like a public school in a sense. I have been paying for a private school for her since she was 9 months, you know, daycare, and then going into a private elementary school. So I'm relieved, but there are not many of this type of school that could host, you know, for her wants and needs in terms of what she wants to major in, etc. So I'm very grateful. I'm excited, and you know, as a parent, I support it 100%, and I'm very thankful. Bye.
Thank you. We have our next caller on the line. If you can state your name for the record, please.
Barbara Waddell.
Okay, Barbara, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, all. My name is Barbara Weidel, as you know, and tonight I want to speak to you as a homeowner in Ward B and also as an educator. First of all, this brings back too much for me to even hear the students speaking the way they are about the schools in Jersey City. I'm a product of the Jersey City school system. I've been here all my life. We need to support our schools first. First comes the scholars. The scholars are important. And if they are important to us, which we all say that they are, we need to take the $2 million, since we can find $2 million now, which is surprising, okay? Give it to the Jersey City Public Schools. Did you hear those students, what they're saying about our schools? The school plan for liberty is not going to work. I've heard this before in so many situations in education, and it doesn't work. Most of the time, they don't even pick students from Jersey City. When McNair opened up, it was a problem. Students weren't prepared to go there. Let's put the money in more magnet schools that already exist here in Jersey City. We can put the money into remedial programs since we can find money now. Let's support our scholars first. They deserve quality. They deserve a fair chance. And look at the numbers. As council members, you got to look at numbers. The numbers don't even add up. Are we talking about 240 students that will go to this school in Jersey City? Really? Do you know how many students are enrolled here? 30,000. What is 240 kids and everybody else is being left behind? I'm all about the scholars. I'm all about that. But what's happening right now is totally unacceptable. Maybe we should go visit the schools that already exist, look at these schools, and see what's going on. We have great schools. Just support them. Give them what they need so they can have an equal chance. And why is Jersey City kicking in $2 million? I don't understand that. As an educator, it's too many loopholes here. This needs to be tabled. It doesn't need to be talked about unless we are all sitting down to the table together. This is totally unacceptable. And it's the wrong time. We're in a pandemic. And you're going to tell me now you can find $2 million? We can find $2 million now to give to a county school. It is not a Jersey City public school. It will be a county school. It's not fair, and it's unfair to our scholars. And let me say one more thing in closing. Think of the scholars that spoke tonight. Really? We're going to leave them in the situation that they are? What's going on down there? It's unacceptable. This is unacceptable.
Barbara, thank you. Okay, we have our next speaker on the line. If you could state your name for the record, please.
Amy Torres.
Okay, Amy, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, everyone. Amy Torres, resident of Ward E and member of the Hudson County Progressive Alliance. A few questions to pose to the council before they vote on resolutions tonight. First, I want to ask whether the council has every confidence that Resolution 21236 will not include surveillance technology, including cameras or facial recognition software. The federal government in its own study found that false positive rates for facial recognition software was 10 to 100 times higher for Asian and African Americans than Caucasians, 10 to 100 times higher. But the federal government isn't alone in their findings. The ACLU has an entire platform dedicated to racial bias and surveillance software. Renowned tech platform Wired has published multiple reports, including one of my favorites titled Defending Black Lives Means Banning Facial Recognition. Second, regardless of what's included in this ordinance, whether it's surveillance tech or riot gear, batons, helmets, I want to ask the council, how much money does the city expect JCPD to save by accepting this surplus equipment? And will this council, by voting for this resolution, publicly list those savings and commit to defunding the JCPD by the same level? And will this council, by voting for this resolution, use those diverted funds to invest in city schools? If the council does not have a financial analysis of this agreement, The bar of transparency is so embarrassingly low that without even passing a year since the onset of the George Floyd protests, you have the audacity to vote on something like this during an election year without saying more. I know plenty of folks are also lined up to speak about the SciTech Tri-City contract that the mayor is proposing. I appreciate remarks that have said that this deal doesn't make sense, although I invite you to take a look at it from the mayor's perspective. It makes perfect sense for the mayor and his allied incumbents who need the county's blessing for their reelection, or in the case of the county executive's daughter, her initial run in election. I also heard the council president say that the mayor is content to wait until the end to speak. Appreciate that too. We know how much Mayor Fulop loves having the last word. But since he's waiting on the line, I hope that he's listened to the voices of his constituents, of leaders like Chris Gadsden, Frank Gilmore, Pam Johnson, Musab Ali, and other school board members who came in with receipts using his own broken promises against him. And for everyone else listening, I hope you made notes of the names of the people who turned out to support, because guess what? Some of them are city workers, some of them list Mayor Fulop as a sponsor on their soccer associations, or some of them are the president of the Liberty Science Center, an oil and fracking funded museum that can't even pronounce the name of the council member in Ward F that he claims to be making dreams come true for. The same forces that want to segregate our neighborhoods through gentrification want to take the same tactic to our schooling. Council, you had a 9th grader on the call tonight. What are you teaching future generations about leadership and responsibility? Thank you, everyone. Looking forward to seeing your constituents on the campaign trail.
Thank you.
She's awesome. Sorry.
Okay, we have our next speaker on the line. If you can state your name for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Ryan Heisinger. I'm a resident of Ward C.
Okay, Ryan, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thanks. So before I start, I just want to say that I'm a teacher in Newark, and I've been heartened and inspired to hear students speaking out tonight, and also heartbroken to hear what they've shared about their experiences in the Jersey City Public Schools. I sincerely hope you listen to them and fully fund our Jersey City Public Schools. But tonight, I want to focus my comments on Resolution 21-236, which authorizes the JCPD's acquisition of surplus defense equipment. I hope it goes without saying that the militarization of police across this country is a problem. It makes us all less safe, especially our Black and brown communities, which are disproportionately harmed by police. With that said, I appreciate that weapons and armored vehicles are specifically excluded from this resolution. However, the language is still vague, so I have a few questions. 1, might surveillance equipment be included? 2, will there be any transparency around what the JCPD requests from the program? Will there be transparency around what the JCPD acquires through this program? And if so, where will that information be accessible? 3, what's the estimated value of the items the JCPD hopes to acquire through this program? Because here's where my mind is at. Back in August, despite pushback from community members, this body approved our current budget, which cut the Department of Youth Development by over 40%. It also rejected a proposal to redirect $5 million from the public safety budget toward mental health services in schools, youth enrichment, affordable housing, and community-based violence prevention. So with all of this federal support for our police department through this program, surely this would provide us the opportunity to reallocate some of those public safety funds toward programs in our city that prevent crime and improve the lives of our residents. And before I wrap up, since I still have a little time, I want to personally ask my councilperson, Mr. Boggiano, just to be sure, since you couldn't find it in yourself to condemn the person who incited an insurrection at our nation's capital, please vote in favor tonight of the resolution condemning and combating racism, xenophobia, and intolerance against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. With that, I thank you all for your time. Please have a good night.
Thank you. We have our next speaker on the line. If you could state your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Joel Brooks.
Okay, Joel, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Joel Brooks. I live in Ward B, and although I'm not a homeowner, I do pay taxes. I pay sales tax. I pay income tax, I pay car tax, and I indirectly pay tax through my landlord because I am a renter in a rent control building. I want to urge the council to vote no on Resolution 21-260. This is for a proposed STEM school, so let's do a little math. $2 million per year for 200 Jersey City students. That's $10,000 per Jersey City student. That is if the county commissioners follow through on their promise to block out 200 slots for Jersey City kids. Instead, let's hire 20 Jersey City public school teachers with union benefits for $100,000 a year. Let's fund supportive housing for the long-term homeless. Hire 10 social workers at $100,000 per year and set aside $1 million for people's housing. Let's enforce our existing rent control laws. Landlords that are issued final determinations, like mine, the city takes no further action after that. I doubt this enforcement would cost $2 million a year. Instead, we're subsidizing a vanity project for billionaires and corporations. Laura and John Overdeck, their net worth is over $6 billion. Paul and Phyllis Fireman, Mr. Fireman, we know his net worth is over $1 billion. PSE&G in 2019 had a yearly revenue of over $10 billion. I think between the Overdecks, the Firemans, and PSE&G combined, they can find $2 million in between their couch cushions. This is becoming a city of millionaires, so it's only appropriate that the school would be proposed to be funded by billionaires. Between Jersey City residents' tax money that is already levied to the county, the ICE detainee money the county commissioners seem to be addicted to, the land giveaway and development rights for this school, Jersey City should not have to shoulder 1 penny of the burden of this school. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. We have our next speaker on the line. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Hi, good evening. This is Dr. Brinda Diva speaking.
Okay, I'm going to give you a countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the students of the Jersey City schools. This would be a commendable cause to pay funds for the new science school that's coming up. Had it not been for the several layoffs that occurred and the dismal situation of the schools in the current school district, I think it's more important that the children in the current schools are given that first importance and taken care of. My daughter studies in McNair, and I know that the school has several things that need to be addressed, and so many of the teachers were laid off in the last couple of years. It's time that the Jersey City Board of Education and the Jersey City community gave importance to the school children in this town. And after that, once everything else is set up, yes, then they can continue funding the new schools, but that new school where all the Hudson County kids will be going to, I think all the Hudson County cities should be responsible to fund that school. So that would be just my little thing here. Thank you so very much for listening to me.
Thank you. We're moving on to the next speaker. If you can state your name for the record, please.
My name is Karin Tonopa.
Hey, Karen, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm calling to ask all of you to please vote no regarding what's on the table for this school. My son is in middle school now. When he went into pre-K, I had a long discussion with the person that was running early childhood at that point, Dr. Bryant, the rest of her soul. And I asked her why there was so much overflow everywhere in the schools, especially for pre-K at that point, and even still that is the case. And
So you didn't, I thought you were taking the old one?
And she said, I'm sorry, I'm hearing somebody else. Hello? Okay.
Hi, I'm
so
sorry.
I'll continue.
One second.
Go ahead.
Doctor, you have to hang up, please. You're still on the line. We have feedback. Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry, Karen. You can go again.
Okay. So after the discussion that I had with her, I realized is what she told me was, well, we cannot build schools because we have no land, and the land downtown or anywhere, where schools are really needed because of capacity is just impossible for us to get anymore. It's too expensive. And for them to hear a decade later that the city gives away land that could have been used by for the public school, and not only does that, but then doesn't even make the school that is going to be there a public school or a Jersey City public school. And to top it off, it's going to be for like 400 kids. Whether or not it's going to be a Jersey City kids is 100, 120. It's going to be a small school to start with. People keep calling in. I mean, funny enough, it's the same people that used to be on Board of Ed and reformers. They're now calling in to give this a yes and want this to happen for their kids, the same as they did with the dual language. I mean, we have to look at all the kids. And as one person pointed out, there's 30,000 of them. And to look at this for what is going to happen for 100, that's not going to make it better for anybody that is waiting for their kids to get in some school, whatever that is. There are high schools. My son is getting taught by Mr. S, the science teacher, over a computer at the moment, and he is excited about science. Can you imagine what this teacher could do with money and with a lab and a fully funded? There is no end to it. I'm not saying we don't need the science center. Keep the science center, but make it so that that every student can go visit. Make it something else but a school. Make it a sort of lab that all the children can go to. That would be way better than what they're proposing now. It's just ridiculous. And maybe the mayor will say that they are going to build schools, and they're already doing one downtown. It's a drop in the water. The same that this is a drop in the water. We need more high schools with more spots, and for all of the kids, not for the chosen few. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Our speaker 5.84. The call went to voicemail. We're moving on to 5.85. The speaker is on the line. If you could state your name for the record, please.
Arden Donnelly.
Okay, Arden, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of Ward C, and I'm speaking tonight in opposition to Resolution 21-236 regarding police equipment and Resolution 21-260 regarding Liberty Science Center High School. On the first point, the 1033 program for acquiring this equipment has already come under serious scrutiny for its lack of transparency, inconsistent record keeping, and for promoting militarized over-policing all over the country. And while the resolution states that no weapons or armored vehicles will be requested or provided, my main concern is about surveillance equipment. There is no demonstrable proof that police surveillance cuts down on crime, and increased surveillance contains the potential for institutional abuse, discriminatory targeting individuals for personal purposes such as stalking and partner violence, and voyeurism. A camera is also only as unbiased as the person operating and viewing it, possibly worse. Studies show that Black people are up to twice as likely to be surveilled as one would expect from population data, and more likely to have facial identification result in false positives. This is especially disconcerting because this council has still not committed to passing an ordinance for a strong CCRB. So residents do not have a meaningful check on how those tools are used, or even to find out what's being acquired.
More surveillance and no external oversight and accountability does not make us any safer and puts Black and Brown communities at risk, which leads me to believe that since last summer, this administration is still not listening. Which brings me to my second point. I want to thank and uplift all the Jersey City public school students, parents, and teachers who spoke tonight about the consequences of underfunding that they experience every day. This so-called investment in SciTech City overall seems to be the next in an ongoing pattern, in which this city fails to invest in the lives, educations, and well-being of people who already live here to build something shiny and impressive, to draw in more corporations, more developers, and more of the top percent of income. All the students who spoke tonight deserve better than this. Working facilities and up-to-date textbooks should be the bare minimum. The way this county school plan was introduced is an additional slap in the face because, as I understand it, this was originally supposed to be a public school. So what changed and why didn't it come out until the last minute? This also should never have been brought to a vote without greater transparency about funding and admissions. What are the other municipalities paying in? How can we assure this will benefit the most Jersey City students possible? These questions need to be answered publicly and put in writing before this even makes it onto an agenda. Even from the numbers themselves, it does not look promising, because even if 60% of spots went to Jersey City students, that would be 240 students out of 30,000. That doesn't sound like a recipe for equity and could increase the socioeconomic and educational disparities that already exist in our city. On this basis alone, this resolution should not pass as it stands. And in general, this council needs to ask the hard questions about whether our most underserved residents are benefiting from any of this.
Arden, thank you. Okay. Before we move on to our last speaker of the night, Mayor Stephen Fulop, I have communication from the city that was received to the city clerk that I will read into the record in accordance with New Jersey Division of Local Government Services Remote Meetings Protocol. Communication came in from Rafael Torres. It states, "Thank you for your time tonight. I wanted to provide my support for the SciTech City Advancement and Funding Resolution 21-260 that will give us a new high school in STEM when we need it the most yesterday. This county and city partnership in these trying times can assure the best results when education can be achieved near the place we know as our own space gem, Liberty State Park, which is about to get bigger. Imagine a child with his or her eyes on STEM will be able to pursue a dream while enjoying the freedom gained in this historic place. Liberty Science Center and the largest planetarium in this Western Hemisphere could not be a better host for our children despite the imperfect resolution. A few concerns would be the opportunity to gain entrance when the county may not be transparent organization. Liberty Science Center as a nonprofit in a state park may also be limited to meet the needs of our poor who, with the testimony heard tonight, may not feel the need in return. One solution must include a transparent reporting system of student numbers by zip code and race, available to the Jersey City community to make their own adjustments with the opportunities in STEM if this information is provided. I would like to see more outreach programs extended to private and public schools to have a fair chance to gain entry to this pristine high school. Liberty Science Center would have to set up by adding to the programs that they currently have by supporting STEM summer programs with our public schools or at a Reservoir 3 in the Heights, Jersey City. Please support Resolution 21-260, SciTech City project in Jersey City because STEM is an essential to our lives and we are already a little behind. I would like to finish by saying, please lift your arms up and get vaccinated. Thank you. And again, that communication came from Rafael Torres.
I'd like to thank Amanda Bransky for giving me a break since I've been trying to cope with this meeting too. But big applause for Amanda Bransky for taking the helm and going through all the speakers. And without further ado, our Honorable Mayor, Stephen Fulop.
Thank you, Sean. Hope you're feeling better, and thank you, Amanda, and thank you for the council. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say thank you to the 80 people that called in And a special thank you to the McNair students that called in with all of their important points. And thank you for the opportunity to speak and address some of the information and misinformation that was presented tonight. I mean, we heard a lot of different things. We heard Michael Yun quoted several times. We heard the fact that nobody else in the county is paying and just Jersey City is paying. We heard parts of a quote from Councilman Robinson. We heard that this won't serve Jersey City students. We heard that it's going to be a charter school secretly. I mean, we heard a lot of different things, and I thought it was important to address kind of the background here and why this makes sense for Jersey City's future. First, I do want to touch on the relationship between the city of Jersey City and the Jersey City public school system and the Board of Education and the leadership. You know, our view has been that the school system being successful is paramount to the success of the city, and we're linked. And we've tried our best to be helpful every which way that we can. There's countless examples of it. And over the last year, we've met repeatedly, almost monthly, to talk about solutions to funding the schools. And we've asked them to make some changes. It's ironic that Michael Yun is quoted several times here with regards to SciTech City, because the bigger picture is about the schools. When he and I together proposed a plan a year and a half ago, and it was him who said that he would not be willing to write a blank check into an abyss that is the Board of Education currently today, with no checks and balances. And that's still our opinion on it. However, every time that the school has come to us for help, we are willing to do it for a program with accountability. A couple of weeks ago in the City Council, there was a whole list of shared services that the board asked us to do, ranging from forgetting to buy salt for the winter, to help with crossing guards, to help with trash collection, totaling, I think that was just $3 million, and that's in perpetuity. You know, this week we got a request about $1.5 million for water or sewage delinquency issues. Of course, we're going to accommodate them. Last year, we got a request for $14 million that they couldn't fix the water in the school system. And those children in those school systems are our children. So of course, we stepped up and did it. A couple years ago with the previous councilwoman in Ward E, Candace Osborne, Candace and I worked together in order to incentivize a new PS16, which is almost completed downtown at the end of Columbus. We got a lot of pushback for that when we went forward with it, but we knew it was the right thing to help the public school system. And we continue to do that. But what I'm not willing to do is just write a blank check on the school funding conversation. So that brings me to the background of SciTech City, because I think there's a lot of misrepresentation that the city gave this land over for a traditional public school, and now we've given it to the county and we're paying money, which actually is not what happens. If you go back to what was slated to be there, the proposal was residential housing. And we thought that the city can do better than residential housing there. And we proposed with Liberty Science Center a big plan to create an ecosystem that includes a lot of different things that some of you touched on. It was actually supported by Sam Pessin and the Friends of Liberty State Park, because they knew that at the time it would be an asset for the entire park. And it still will be an asset for the entire park. It included, as Paul Hoffman said, EdgeWorks and wet labs and incubators and visiting scientists, and a place to really test technologies of the future. The school was a part of it. And at the time when it started, there was a proposal for a hybrid between a charter school and a private school, depending on when it was. And the council pushed back at the time on that, and they pushed back aggressively, and they wanted it as a public school. Now, public school is what we are delivering on. A charter school is a public school. And of course, the Jersey City Public School, traditional schools, are public schools. And after that was embedded into the agreement, the fact that it would be a public school, there was pushback and concern around whether it would be a charter school, but we actually agreed that we're going to try and do what was best. So since that time, we've started down the path. And I know some people have said that this will never happen, this SciTech City, and have said a lot of disparaging things about it. We've already found core anchor partners, 3 of the Fortune 50 companies, and it's a public narrative out there, that have already committed to be a part of this. This is going to be a huge success for Jersey City, and the school is a big part of it. Of course, as Paul Hoffman said, we went to the Jersey City Public Schools first, and we asked them. And there was no mechanism for them to facilitate what we were trying to do. So of course, we got to explore other options. So what did we do? We started a conversation with the county school. Why did we start a conversation with the county schools? Because there are thousands of Jersey City residents every single year that apply to the county schools, and there are just not enough seats. What does that mean? What does that tell you? That means that thousands of families are demanding that as an option. And there is a need in Jersey City for that. So we said, let's try and facilitate this. And we came to an agreement with the county, as many of you know, for a structure. Now, let's talk about that structure because we know that there's demand and we wanted to make sure that it makes sense. So when you say that nobody else is paying, couldn't be further from the truth. Every single municipality in Hudson County is paying their percentage of what the added cost is, with the exception of Jersey City that is paying a little bit more. And you all know what that number is a little bit more. If you actually factor it in based on what it would be based on a percentage of the county, and you do the full bond versus the reduced bond, actually we're ending up to pay $1.2 million more. But that's not the point of this thing, ultimately. Why are we paying more? We're paying more because if you look at the county schools today, they are disproportionately Jersey City. Across the board, it's 60%. When we did the Explorer 2000 downtown, that's currently 66% Jersey City. So we're doing more and we're getting a free school out of it that we could not get otherwise. So this is really not a choice of funding the public schools or giving it to the public schools or not, or the county schools. It's really a choice of doing nothing or doing something that gives 240 kids an opportunity. Now, some of you said that 240 kids is not a lot. Well, 240 kids is more than zero. It's a big number, 240. And when you say to drop in the bucket, every drop in the bucket counts, and that actually fills up the bucket eventually. So when you make a new PS16 downtown, when you work with the state on finding new school opportunities, all of those things come together. Now, look, I am as committed as ever to working with the Board of Education and trying to find solutions. And I think I could speak for the council broadly in the sense that they feel the same way. But nobody is willing to just continuously say that the only solution is the taxpayer, because we know that that's not the only solution. The data points to the fact that there are other things that you can change structurally in the school system that will have no impact on the classroom, that will ultimately help the taxpayer, help the schools, and help the city overall. And so, look, I think if you look at this on its merits and you take out the politics of it, the people that might feel a special way about me, the student sentiment, you get to a point here that you say that on its merits for the future of Jersey City, this makes sense. Now, historically, when city started, or the Board of Education started this idea of McNair, and it's ironic that there are so many McNair students speaking, McNair had the same pushback. A lot of the teachers had concerns. You're going to suck out the best students out of it. It's not going to work. As Barbara Wydell said at the time tonight, that there were students that weren't ready at that, and there was concern around McNair. It's the same conversation, but it was a huge success ultimately that people cherish and is a valuable asset to Jersey City. And this is going to be the same. Now, on demographics, it serves all of Jersey City. And as Paul touched on earlier, based on the request of the City Council and Council President, we have allocated dollars, $300,000, towards making sure that we are able to get students in the most vulnerable communities ready to attend this high school. So we're not going to set aside seats. We're going to get them ready so that they can compete on par. And that's the best way to do it. So look, I hope you view this not through a political prism, but based on the facts on what will be the best for Jersey City for years and years to come, because it's already on its way. And it's going to be a great thing for us. And I hope you see the track record of how we got here to see that it really makes a lot of sense. So with that, I say thank you, and I'll hand it back over to Sean.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. All right, that concludes our, yes.
Follow up, let's go.
Okay. All right, any questions or comments on petitions and communications, items 6.1 through 6.24? Okay, any questions or comments on Officer Communications 7.1 or 7.2? Any questions or comments on Report of Directors 8.1 through 8.3? Alrighty, on claims and addendum number 1. So council members, we're going to be taking a vote on claims and addendum number 1. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson
me?
Saleh. I got you. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavarro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Claims and addendum number 1 are approved unanimously 9-0. On to our resolutions. We're going from 10-1 through 10-12. Council members.
Council President and Clerk, can I jump in with a quick question here?
Sure.
Just before we vote for the BA on 10-11, there's some questions from the community, and I know you've spoken to the police department about their intentions with the federal 1033 program, and I was wondering if we could put that on the record.
Sure, absolutely, Councilman. So just for clarification for the public and for the council, for the federal 1033 program in which we wish to engage in the opportunity to buy surplus Department of Defense equipment, I just want to state publicly and for the record that this is for equipment related to offices, locker room specific equipment, materials that are used for cop cars, road flares that are used in the case of accidents, vehicle accidents. I can confirm that there'll be no ammunition, weapons, surplus or surveillance or militarized equipment being utilized here. This is for police activity specific stuff that we would purchase normally that we could possibly have an opportunity to get at either a discount or a surplus award. If we do receive it at zero cost, we'd have to receive a gift agreement, and if we do purchase it, it would come again as a claim. So the council would see those activities. Thanks, Councilman.
Thank you.
BA, I have one question also, I guess, before we vote on 10-5. I know that Councilman Robinson had some questions, and you might have sent those answers already. I apologize. I was in a conference all day, but I did see that you sent an email. I didn't get through the whole thing, but he had questions in regards to the affordable housing.
Yes, Councilwoman, and we did confirm that that would stay affordable housing, and Carmen had verified that for us.
For how long, BA?
Let me see if I have the. I'll follow up with that with you, Councilman. I'm just got to pull it up.
John, Metro, BA.
Yes.
So I had a communication. Renee in my office sent me an email regarding someone in community development said that there was some language that was incorrect on 10.5. And I don't know if they wanted to withdraw it. And I don't know if that's the intention of the administration, because I'm not sure of the language. They didn't go into detail.
Decide with caution if there's any issue with the language, then we'll pull it.
Okay. I think that would be best, and then we can just, if there's any problems, they can bring it back on the next one.
Time sensitivity pursuant to this.
Appreciate it. Thanks, John. Okay, so before we take the vote, so we're going to be taking a vote on items 10.1 through 10.12 with the exception of 10.5, which has been withdrawn. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
With regard to 10.7, Councilman Navarro, Councilman Solomon, thank you for bringing this and sponsoring it. The Immigrant Affairs Commission also is very much in support of this resolution. With that, I vote aye for all.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Solomon.
Just briefly on 10.7, thank you, Councilman Prinzeri, and I'm sure we'll have a unified voice tonight. We are seeing a rising tide of hate against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, and I think it's just important for everyone at all levels of government to use their voice to condemn it and state clearly that it's unacceptable, and that we in government will do everything we can to partner with the leaders and members of those communities to combat it. And so with that, I vote aye for all.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Lavaro.
You're on mute, Rolando.
Sorry, we're going back to when? 10-12?
Going from 10.1 through 10.12, with the exception of 10.5, which has been withdrawn.
Okay. So just, I'm sorry if you missed it, but 10.11, was the question of surveillance technology addressed?
Yes.
You speak to that again, John? Is there surveillance technology?
Yeah, Councilman, I stated that no surveillance, ammo, weapons, or militarized equipment will be purchased through this co-op, and anything received as a gift would be a gift resolution, and anything that's purchased at a monetary value would come back as a claim or possibly a resolution depending on the aggregate.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So just let me just speak on 10.7. Thank you to my colleagues for supporting this resolution. We saw the horrific manifestation of the Asian hate crimes and rising anti-Asian sentiment in this country in Atlanta last week. I had the privilege of participating in a roundtable with Senator Menendez and Senator Booker. I believe it was yesterday, actually, and I just wanted to kind of just reiterate a small portion of what I shared there, which is that I shared this statement in the aftermath of the Atlanta shootings. We heard the initial public statement from law enforcement that suggested that race wasn't a motive in the killings, but rather that sexual addiction was. And this is indicative of another issue, specifically the issue of how law enforcement views, investigates, and prosecutes potential hate crimes. When I first heard the Atlanta law enforcement spokesman cite sexual addiction, I literally screamed at the TV and said, and so what? The objectification of Asian women, Asian fetishes, that is Asian motivated violence. It was so apparent to me that a hate crime shouldn't be ruled out, but it seemed like it was going in another direction at that time. In February of this year, an Asian man was stabbed on a New York City subway. It was reported then that law enforcement indicated that the attack was not being investigated as a hate crime, but had later changed course. In New York City, I understand that they've set up a task force to address and investigate potential anti-Asian hate crimes. And I think we should do the same here in Jersey City, and not necessarily just focused on Asians, but on all forms of hate crimes. I bring up this crime in New York City because my takeaway from the terrible Atlanta tragedy is that it's not enough to sympathize with victims. It's not enough to simply express outrage and condemn such actions. We need to take these crimes seriously by investigating and prosecuting them aggressively, and leaders at all levels of government, including all the way up to the Department of Justice, need to demand greater investigative accountability and prosecutions by law enforcement. So thank you all for supporting this resolution, and I vote aye on all.
Thank you. Councilperson Rivera.
Good job, Rolando, on 10-7. I vote aye on everything.
And Council President Wardham.
I vote aye.
Okay. Items 10.1 through 10.12, with the exception of 10.5, which has been withdrawn, is approved unanimously 9-0. On to items 10.13 through 10.22. Again, 10.13 through 10.22. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzeri.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Did you just say aye?
Yes, I did.
I'm sorry. It got a little distorted. I thought you were pausing.
No worries.
I apologize. Councilperson Robinson.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Where are we going through again?
We're going from 10.13 through 10.22.
My apologies on 10.12. I need to change my vote to no. And then I'm also voting no on 13 and 14. And again, the rationale for that is that we have January 1st start dates on those contracts, and just again, being a broken record, implore to get these contracts in on time prior to the start date so that the council can vote on them. I vote yes on all the rest.
Okay, so you're changing your vote on 10.12 to no, and no on 13 and 14, and aye on all the rest, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'll recap everything once we're done. Councilperson Rivera.
I vote aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Okay. All right, let me go back to 10.12. 10.12's vote is 8-1, with Councilperson Navarro voting no. Item 10.13 is 8-1, with Councilperson Navarro voting no. 10.4 is 8-1, with Councilperson Navarro voting no. And items 10.15 through 10.22 are approved 9-0. Okay. We are now going from items 10.23 to 10.35. Again, items 10.23 to 10.35. Councilor,
could I have the floor to make a motion if we're going to 10.35?
Okay.
I would just want to make a motion to table 10.35 until our next meeting, and just very briefly to explain the rationale here. We had a number of speakers call in and express a variety of views on 1035, but what I think is clear is that there's a number of key details not in the MOU, and if you believe that the school could be potentially a wonderful opportunity for Jersey City, it makes sense to take our time and get every detail right. And specifically, we had Commissioner Walker call in and speak for the county and say that there's a commitment to Jersey City students in going to attend the SciTech City High School. However, that's not written into the MOU, and we even had an attorney call in who negotiates MOUs, who said to us, you guys should make sure that that is in writing, and that even in the conversation on Monday, different numbers of students were thrown around. And so I think that doing the due diligence for our taxpayers, as we're putting in upwards of $80 million over 30 years, we should make sure every detail is right and accurate before we vote. So with that, I would make a motion to table until our next council meeting.
So the motion is to withdraw item 10.35, resolution 21-260 by Councilperson Solomon. May I have a second?
Is it to withdraw or to table defer to next meeting?
Well, it's either going to be withdraw or to defer, because we don't table resolutions.
I see.
So I'll clarify to defer to the next meeting.
Okay. So this is a motion to defer to the next council, actually, which is April. I don't have the schedule in front of me.
April 15th, Thursday.
To defer to the April 15th council meeting. So we have a motion to defer to the April 15th council meeting, item 10.35, resolution 21-260. Motion made by Councilperson Solomon. May I have a second?
I'll make the second.
Second by Councilperson Navarro. On the motion to defer item 10.35, resolution 21-260 to the next council meeting, which is April 15th, Councilperson Ridley.
While I understand Councilman Solomon's reasoning for wanting to defer, I'd like to move forward, so I'm going to vote no.
Okay. Councilperson Prinzeri.
No.
Councilperson Baggiano.
I just want to say something. I attended high school in New York City, and every eighth grader dreamed of going to the Bronx High School of Science because it was probably one of the best schools in the USA. Well, we may have the same type of science school here in Jersey City. I realize the Board of Education has serious financial problems here in Jersey City, and maybe they need to look at why Trenton has cut so much money and intends to cut so much money next year. Musab Ali said, let's sit down and talk. Let's sit down and talk next week with Musab Ali, and I think all of us we should have a meeting with him and the other people from the Board of Education. I say no.
Councilperson Saleh.
No.
Councilperson Solomon.
Yes.
Councilperson Robinson.
No.
Councilperson Navarro.
I vote yes.
Councilperson Rivera.
I'll abstain.
Council President Waterman.
No.
Okay. Motion fails 2-6-1 with council members Solomon and Navarro voting yes and Councilperson Rivera abstaining. So taking the vote on items 10.23 to 10.35. Again, items 10.23 to 10.35. Councilperson Ridley.
With regard to 10.35, I think I've expressed this before when we've had meetings in regards to school funding, or not meetings in regards to school funding, but when it has come up in our council meetings. You know, it's a little aggravating, I'll be honest, for me, because I feel like the city is being dumped on. And I also feel like, I don't remember, some of the callers mentioned that we shouldn't be fighting amongst each other. I agree that we need to all sit down and figure this thing out. I would really like it if we could join forces and fight at the state level to get more of that funding back. I don't think that is right, what's happening at the state level with them removing funding. And I think it's a difficult task for the school board to figure that out and for the city to figure that out. And I don't think it's fair that we have to figure it out when the state has been funding at a certain level and has now decided to no longer do that for whatever reason. I think that SciTech City is another good option. I hear a lot of parents saying they want different options for their kids in the city. You know, I had some parents reach out to ask some questions in regards to SciTech City, questions about school funding, and expressing some of their concerns with the current public school system. We have to revamp our current public school system, but that doesn't mean that we have to not provide parents with other options if we can. So with that, I'm going to vote aye on all.
Councilperson Prinzary.
So Friends of Berry Lane Park, thank you for the gift for the Harriet Tubman garden at Berry Lane. I think that's a really nice thing, and it's going to be a nice addition to the park. For 1035, you know, what we heard tonight are really two separate issues. There's our school funding issue, which also, you know, we heard tonight from many different speakers. It has been a long-standing issue, under state control, outside of state control. Now that we're back to local control, and then the changing of the state formula that, you know, really, quite honestly, doesn't work as well for urban areas as it does for suburban areas. Superintendent Walker introduced a budget for a fully funded school district for 2021-2022. So we're going to have to sit down together and have these conversations as it's going to be impacting the city budget and as we move forward, because as we heard from the speakers from McNair and also from Vid, who works at NJCU, there are current problems, but there are long-standing systemic problems with the facilities and infrastructure of some of our schools. So I think that, there's also a really sincere opportunity from the council and the school board to work together. Going back to 2018, 2019, we had started meeting, we had started trying to move money around to see what we could give to the school district, even if it was just as an effort of good faith, that first year when we found that $5 million. So I welcome the opportunity to sit down and work with you guys and take this to Trenton. I've said this every single time we've gotten together at the meetings. So now for the high school at SciTech, this is a program that is going to be a couple of years in the making. It is not going to be built immediately. And I think in the next couple of years, we need to think about what we need to do right now, in addition to how we're going to provide opportunities for our families moving forward. I'm from the Bay Area. One of my favorite places was the Exploratorium. The only place that we had that was in San Francisco, which was a 45-minute ride from the town where I'm from. So I think it's fantastic that the children of Jersey City have something like Liberty Science Center to not only be a daily learning tool for them, but also to have them think about what high school can look like for them in the future, for kids who are 5 and 10 and even 12 years old now. So with that, I say aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
As I said, if this school is anything like the Bronx High School of Science, I say it's going to be a great asset to Jersey City. I say aye to all.
Councilperson Saleh.
I want to thank everyone that spoke tonight, whether you're for it or against it. Your passion is needed. Your anger in the lack of funding in our school district is justified. And as a way of background, this is a specialty of mine in terms of I've been advocating for public schools my whole life. And I'm talking to you today, not as a councilman, but as a loyal son of Jersey City and individual who was born and raised here in the Heights in 1989, the same year that the state took over the school district because our city and our school district was so corrupt that they couldn't be even trusted to educate our own children. And for 30 years, we remained under this this paradigm, and we weren't properly funded then. And even when we got close to properly funded in 2009, 2008, 2009, 2010, that was the work of many advocates at the state level, okay? And my background is that I was president at McNair Academic High School. For the student council, okay, I was on the citywide student council as well, and I was the student representative to the Board of Education in 2006 and 2007 when we were still under state control and we were under state audit at the time. The state came in, and when they conducted their audit, a lot of the things that you heard here tonight were things that I had raised to the state. Okay, the toilet paper, the flooding in the basement at McNair, the fact that you're saying that on this call today shows, despite so much time having passed, not a lot has been done. Okay, and that is because when you're under state control, you have to go through the state for any kinds of capital improvements. And guess what? They really didn't do any improvements. And in order for us to construct a building of this caliber, or even to construct the building as a type 2 district, there are two types of districts, type 1 and type 2. A type 1 district is an appointed board, which was debated here at the city council before I was on here. And essentially you'd go through municipal bonding in order to construct a school. Okay, and for type 2 districts, which is the one that we have here in Jersey City, you have an elected board. Okay, 9-member elected board, and they would, when they were under state control, they had to go through the state development authority in order to get approval. Then they would have to bond, and they'd have to put the bonding up for referendum for the voter, for everyone at home that is a voter, that you would have to approve this capital improvement. Okay, so we could feasibly do that, but it would have to go through a referendum. Now for this school is a unique opportunity for us, and with the Board of Ed's monetary situation the way it is, it is the most cost efficient thing to do. If you do $2 million every year for, even if it's 240 students, you still come out with the cost savings. And if you look across New Jersey, we have 590 school districts, okay? And we are so siloed in these school districts that we have been called, basically, the state of New Jersey has educational apartheid. So we have a system of inequality baked in to our state where certain school districts, you know, silo out Black and brown minorities within the state. So that's why you see we get underfunded, and the same sentiments that were said here today that, you know, we shouldn't fund this school because there are some kids from the county that are going to be educated as a residual. This is the same mentality that the state basically said, the southern half of our state said when they were funding our schools, because we didn't kick in all those 30 years while we were under state control, you know, and part of it is tax abatements, part of it is the funding formula. Okay, the funding formula at the state has been overturned 29 times. And the Jersey City Board of Education has a lawsuit pending currently to overturn that lawsuit, to overturn the funding formula, because under the state constitution of New Jersey, there is a legal obligation of the state to have a fair and adequate education for every child. And I don't think anyone here can agree today that the children of Jersey City are getting a fair and adequate education. And that is why we have to unite. We can fight for $2 million or we could fight for 200 million. We're in the middle of an election year and we need to band together. It's not us versus them. It's not the fact that it's a county school. You know, my heart broke because it's a county school, but this is the only way to do this. And in order for us to make sure that every child gets an opportunity, we have to fight at the state level. You're not going to tax your way out of this. And I fought as president at McNair and on the Board of Ed as a student representative. I fought down at Rutgers, New Brunswick when I was the president there and the first democratically elected one of that. Okay, we went down to Trenton with the NJEA, the NAACP, and we had 30,000 people in front of the Golden Dome to fight Chris Christie because he was a Republican governor. Everyone was chomping at the bit to fight, you know, for more funding, for level funding, and we got level funding that year. Okay, and when you talk about educational inequality, I fought for the same things at Rutgers. We had our academic buildings in disarray, but then you go to the bathroom and you find the bathroom in the athletic center for the football team, and you see that they have televisions in the walls near the urinals. So these issues are not new to me. And then I went to Rutgers Law School where I was the president there, and then there were issues with the state trying to grab Rutgers Camden. Okay, the state has consistently not funded our public school system, and it's not our fault. Okay, right now, the people in this room, the people listening at home today, it's not your fault, but we can change it, and we have to band together today. We have to band together in the weeks to come. Okay, even if 60% of the students here in this county school are going to be Jersey City, and we might educate 40% as a residual from the rest of the county, we as Jersey City make up most of the county. We are probably the largest city in the state of New Jersey. Okay, and we have to remember that that every child is our child, and that is the way we step forward from this systematic inequality that we have here. And when we remember that, a child on the south side, you know, should be educated just as much as a child on the north side, or the kids in Hoboken in the 4th Ward should be educated just as much as anyone else in downtown, then we will have a more equitable system within the state of New Jersey and not 590 balkanized school districts. And that is why I appeal to everyone here tonight that we band together, that this $2 million is symbolic, and your rage, your anger is justified, but we need to direct it and we need to harness that energy and bring it to the state, at least so that we the city and the Board of Ed can sit down together and hammer out a glide path forward. Okay, it's not going to be a light switch where we can fully fund the school, but if we sit down together in good faith and if we put pressure on the state, we'll be able to fully fund the schools and provide opportunity for generations to come. And with that, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Sean, you all right?
Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you. Councilperson Solomon.
Just briefly to reiterate my thoughts on 1035. I think there can be a lot of merit to STEM High School, Liberty Science Center, but I think as has happened on a number of issues, that we move quickly without getting all the details in place, and at the end of the day, it comes back not to bite us, but to bite the people in Jersey City. So specifically on this project, you know, I was sort of joking with a friend. I'd say, look, if I was going to sell my car to somebody, and the guy was like, hey, I'm going to give you 60% down. And I said, sounds great, put it in writing. And the guy says, no way, I'm not going to put that in writing. I wouldn't sell him my car, right? I wouldn't trust the deal and the conversation. And we're doing that here on two really, really big things. The first thing we're doing is we're taking folks' word that Jersey City is going to get its fair share of seats. And it is important to say Jersey City is paying for this school 3 times, and every other municipality is paying for it once. Right? We all pay our county taxes. That's true. It's $150 million in Jersey City, roughly. We donated the land. Now the school is going to sit on, I don't know, an acre of land. That's still land worth millions of dollars. And then we're going to add the $2 million annual cost, roughly $80 million total over 30 years. That is a huge investment and a huge commitment on our taxpayer dollars to not guarantee the seats for Jersey City, and they're not guaranteed. They're not in the memorandum of understanding, no matter what sort of nice words people say publicly that they can't be held to in the future. The second big outstanding question is admissions, right? Selective high schools can be great. What we have seen, and there's been a conversation in New York City over the last decade about this, that they can be discriminatory. And we do not have any, again, other than nice words, anything written in stone that's going to say that this school is going to serve Black and Latino kids and make sure that they are fairly represented in this school. And we also don't have any guarantees that the admissions to the school are going to be apolitical. And it may not be nice to make to say, but we have an entrenched political machine in Hudson County, and we need to make sure that every seat goes to a student who gets it because of a fair process, not because of any political favoritism. We have none of those guarantees, and it will move forward and pass without it. The last overarching issue is the issue of school funding. And there's nothing that would stop us as a city from putting this money into the SciTech City School, assuming we had gotten the guarantees I think we should have, and fully funding our schools. Those are not mutually exclusive choices. And we know that the school district has passed a budget, but we have, as a city, been unwilling to give direct financial aid to the school district. We give shared services, but we have had a conversation multiple times, and there's been many reasons for that. And you know, we can go back to the 2019 budget and have a whole longer conversation. But if you're a student in a school and you see the city council willing to give the $2 million here without having the guarantees, without having what, you know, we're demanding of Jersey City Public Schools before we give them money that they have to sign over all the guarantees to make sure that they're going to spend the money effectively. But we're doing none of that for this school. And so if you're a student watching that, you know, in your basement that gets flooded, in your classroom that's underfunded, if you're a teacher who's watching that, who's putting money out of your own pocket to buy your supplies, you're damn well right to be pissed. It's not the same standard that we applied for this school that we apply for Jersey City Public Schools. So there's a lot of merit here. There's nuance that gets lost in politics. I'm not going to just, you know, bash it because I think there's value, but we moved too quickly, and we did it for political reasons, not for substantive reasons. So with that, I vote no.
You're voting no on 10.35.
Thank you, clerk. I apologize. No on 1035, aye on all the rest.
Thank you. Okay, Councilperson Robinson.
First, thank you to all those callers who came on today. I know it's not easy to be on that side to, not stand in front of us, but sit here and tell your side of the story. I've seen a lot of both sides. I'm going to start first with 1028. It's been a very, very long time coming. I've been a councilman for a little bit over 4 years, and I've been trying to figure out how do we either get the pool back on Harmon Street, or B, we do something really good for the community. I've been reaching out to a lot of people, and right now we're just exploring the options, and either we get affordable housing, workforce housing, or senior housing out of this situation. I don't know the mixture or what, but we are just moving in the right direction with 28 right now, trying to do the right thing as far as doing the right thing as far as the community and getting an eyesore that has been sitting there since I was a little kid. I learned to swim there, and it closed down about 30 some years ago, and it's been sitting as an eyesore in the community. So with 28, I'm just going to say that's a big step in the right direction. And next with 1034, I want to thank you to Steve Parnas for your generous donation. I know you and your wife is, really really worked hard for this, and your wife is, I'm sure, has put a lot of goodness inside of you, Mr. Parnas. And I just want to thank John Froling and also Jerome Choice and the entire Friends of Berry Lane Park for thinking about the park and always trying to beautify it. And I don't think they could find a better person other than Harriet Tubman, which is a hero of mine, to honor in this way. So thank you, Friends of Berry Lane Park. And then last but certainly not least, 10.35. I want to say that I fight for all the children near and far, as seen with Jersey City's first recreation center, which will be on Berry Lane Park, and the recreation inside of Liberty State Park, where we went from 0 acres to well over 50 acres, where the DEP is actively working on plans to see that vision through. I find it very troubling when grown-ups and political hacks try to turn things into a political football to be tossed around for sound bites for political ambitions. Shame on you. If I said it once, I said it 1,000 times. I will not play politics with the children and the future of our ward, city, and in fact, the world. You're right. When I stood up for Sussex City over 4 years ago, I said I want our children to be astronauts and engineers, and now leaders of the entire free world. We now have an opportunity to create one of the greatest schools on the East Coast, if not in the country. This is not a choice between county public or city public. It's for our children. I stood up for this with a guarantee. This would not be a private or a charter school. My fight has been and always will be for the children of Ward F. I've recently received a phone call from a trustee of the board who said, I'm not saying this is the wrong thing to do, but I'm just saying it's the wrong timing because of how it looks politically. So we should hold off. If that's not playing politics, I don't know what is. The federal government has approved over $80 billion for education. That's billion with a B. I'm willing to sit with the school board, state legislators, the county, the union, to work on a solution to fully fund our schools once and for all. And that includes me going down to Trenton to demand our fair share of that $80 billion. As of date, Paul Hoffman and the Liberty Science Center has raised over $300,000 to prepare 7th and 8th graders to get prepared for Liberty Science Center High School. And as the Ward F representative, I negotiated a seat on the board, and I promise you that I will continue to commit to help raise funds and also to hold Paul Hoffman and the board accountable to do the right things by not just Jersey City, but the entire Ward F. And with that being said, I vote yes.
You're on mute, Councilperson LeVar.
Okay, give me a second here. So before I get to 1035, let me start with 1025. I'm going to vote no. And then 1028, I just want to also just speak to this as well. So I recall this several years ago and talking to members of the community in Ward F, that the Harmon Street Pool and the 16th Street Park, that the basketball courts were put on there was notifications put out that they were going to explore the idea of removing it from Ruasi. I suspected back then that they were going to look to do some private development, some luxury development. I'm glad to hear that it's contemplating the idea of building maybe a senior housing, affordable housing, or some other community use at this point. But going back to that period, and even prior to that time when signs were literally put in front of the Harmon Street Pool and at the 16th Street basketball court, saying we're going to have public hearings on this and so forth. I recall prior to that, I was in the Jersey City Redevelopment Agency, and there was a affordable housing developer who had discussions with the agency about potentially building there. And I remember talking to them about the idea that you need to go to the community, that the Harmon Street Pool is needed to be what was considered an asset in the community, even though it has been vacant or has been dormant, I should say. And so that we needed to make sure that the community's input was heard. So we'll have public hearings on this. This agency, I'm assuming Brownfield Redevelopment Services, will be hosting these hearings. Urge them to do meaningful outreach in the community, working with the councilman for Ward F. But I also asked that I be apprised of that so that I can also participate and notify and inform members of the community as well, so that they can have an opportunity to provide input. The last thing I'll say about that was in my final conversations when I was at their agency at that time was the idea of potentially looking at it as a kind of a community center ground floor with indoor pools, with kind of senior housing or other types of affordable housing above it. I'm open to a whole bunch of different uses around that and supportive of that, but I think it should definitely be a community asset and not become luxury housing. Any public properties need to be leveraged to support our communities here locally and not for developer interest at this point. The second thing I want to bring up is on 10.34. Just thank you to the Friends of Berry Lane Park for creating and maintaining and dedicating this to the life and legacy of Harriet Tubman. Thank you for your work there. And then lastly, let me get to 1035. So as I've said earlier, well, actually, before I get into statements, let me ask a couple of questions that came up in the hearing. It was mentioned several times that there was a reverter clause when the council approved this back in March of 2017. Can someone speak to the timetable on this? It was 3 years from the date that I guess that the contract was effectuated and that they were supposed to meet certain benchmarks. Actually, I don't need anyone to speak to it per se. I'm going to ask for a report on that, and then a report to validate that in fact the benchmarks have been attained, and or what the status is altogether of the agreement that was put in place at that time, and particularly as it relates to the reverter clause. So to Mr. Metro, can you confirm that you'll provide me such a report?
Yeah, we'll work with the legal team to make sure that there's a review and some findings are provided.
Okay. There was also asked a question as to whether the redevelopment agreement has changed since March 2017. May I ask that the business administrator and reach out to the Jersey City Redevelopment Agency and inquire about the status of the redevelopment agreement and whether any changes or amendments have been made to that agreement since that time period?
Yes, I will, Councilman.
Great. And then now let me just bring myself to where we stand on this. So I was as big a fan and supporter of SciTech City as anybody back then, and I watched the video of it all, and I'm still a supporter of SciTech City and think of the value of it. I think in hindsight now, I look back, and as other people pointed out tonight, Councilman Yun talked about the need for, and Councilman Bogiano also talked about the need for transparency and more information. And in fact, I believe I was watching it, and he said that it was a shame that that there wasn't any information provided that or adequate information provided at that time. And I would say the same thing here at this point, right? So, but I was not in opposition at that time. I think see the vision and the opportunity that a STEM school. I cited back then the idea that also that I worked at New Jersey City University at the time. A lot of the as a director of the grants office for and sponsored programs, looking to get grants to be able to address the STEM fields and to be able to prepare students at the university level and students coming in to the university to address their skills gaps around that when they're coming in, to be able to provide them the resources to educate our next generation of scientists, technology, engineering, mathematicians, engineers and mathematicians. So the question that came up then was whether that came up to here is whether we're having a county school, which is what's being proposed, or an innovative STEM conventional Jersey City public school, or an innovative STEM charter school, which was actually what was originally discussed back in 2017. It was really a debate between and a conversation about whether it would be a conventional public school or a charter school. And former Councilman Chris Gadsden strongly advocated and raised the importance of having the school be a conventional Jersey City public school, and sought assurances from Jersey City Redevelopment Agency and from the administration and from myself around all of that. And so what has happened since then? Since then, I mean, we act like nothing has changed, but in fact, in June 2018, the state cut our school funding by over $200 million over the next 7 years. And we have a school funding crisis in front of us. And so that brings us to where we are today. And we have an agreement before us. And we're told that this is a no-brainer. The mayor suggested this is a no-brainer, and that essentially that it's a layup, I think even he might have suggested. So we've donated somewhere between 12 to 16 acres of land to create this SciTech City and create a culture of innovation here in Jersey City. We will ultimately pay county taxes for the $45 million in construction, along with all the other municipalities in Hudson County for the $45 million bond. I guess that'll be issued by the HCIA to construct this school. We're going to pay $2 million contribution towards the operating cost of the school. And we're going to be the only municipality doing that. And others will say that the other county schools are contributing to the rest of the operation, but we will also be contributing that on top as well through our county contributions as well, right? So it's not like that's equating itself out. And then we will pay those taxes, as I said, towards those annual operating costs. You know, the mayor has said that we currently pay exponentially more than $2 million per Jersey City public school in Jersey City. So this structure will actually save us money while giving parents a new option. But the truth is, and whereas in 2017 we were talking about a vision and a concept, now we're talking brass tacks here and dollars and cents. And there's literally no financial analyses, no financial plan presented to us, just this non-binding memorandum of understanding. He also said that in reality that they did discuss this with the Jersey City Public Schools when this project started, but that the previous superintendent said that they couldn't accommodate what was necessary, including bonding for a new school, flexible leadership with more autonomy, and a very flexible curriculum. Those are all lies. There have been no discussions. There were no discussions or conversations with the previous superintendent, Dr. Lyles. I can confirm that. And then clearly there was no discussions with the current superintendent. And I'm going to come back to that eventually. But the point here is that we have constant misinformation and frankly lies, and that this is a project that's being built upon lies. And then we talk about the idea, as Councilman Solomon's pointed out, that how many 60% of these students, and we're getting verbal assurances, but there's literally no documentation and no agreement, nothing in writing to assure us of the seats that we're going to get. And so that brings me to my final 2 points, which is that this was going to be a school that was going to serve all of Jersey City, right? It was going to be a spectacular school that was going to really bring a culture of innovation and STEM and world-class education to Jersey City. And I think a couple of speakers talked about it more eloquently than I did. And they talked about the idea of equity. And now I just want to take a minute, if you give me a second, to just bring up my statistics here. Here in Jersey City, we have Dickinson High School, right? Dickinson High School, most of our high schools are all, if you go to a high school in Jersey City, it's you have your home schools based on your geography, but then they have what's called SLCs, small learning communities, and Dickinson High School has the science small learning community. And if you look at the breakdown of that, the population there, you see a slightly larger Asian population inside of there. And in fact, you see also, as of 2018-19 enrollment, between the 4 grades, 1,760 students. I don't know how many of those are in small learning communities. It's my intention to get that information. But you'll see that the population breakdowns in 2018-19 are about 21 to 22% Asian, 47% Hispanic, 15% white, and 15% Black or African American. And if folks know, in Jersey City, the numbers traditionally break down more around a quarter throughout Jersey City. And then let's look at Snyder High School, because I've also been told repeatedly, like, where are you going to send your kids in Jersey City? People have asked, and they don't ask it like, and there's so much that's, when that question is asked and they say, I've literally had someone ask me, where will people send their kids? To Snyder High School? And they say it with this kind of incredulousness about the whole thing. And look, I'm not going to be naive about it. I understand what the conversation is there. But we're looking at Snyder High School, and I'm looking at the data right now in statistics, and it's about 822 students in total enrollment for all 4 grades in the high school, and 61% Black and African American at Snyder High School. So people talked about equity, and I want to go back to one of our speakers, and I believe her name was Maria, and she was a public school teacher, special ed teacher. If you just give me a second on that, because I think she said it very eloquently, along with Megan Howard-Novak, that we can't ignore the issue of equity, and that this resolution is not equitable for Jersey City. But it was Maria Enriquez who talked about and asked the question, why are we willing to invest in the A++ students, and that we are playing favorites here in Jersey City. And that's what I would say that this deal is about. It's about playing favorites. And so I know that there were parents out there who were favorable for this, and I get that. I understand why you would be favorable. And I know even some of them mentioned that they have 6th grade kids that looking towards their high school options as they look forward to that. And I don't begrudge any parents for that, like at all. Like you have to look out for your kids, and you got to figure out what your options are. But my job as a councilman here is to look out for all the kids in any given moment. And so the question here is about equity. And this does not provide an equitable opportunity for our Jersey City kids. The last thing I'm going to say is that I think when we talk about kind of the Jersey City public schools and we talk about what's going on there, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say what I think a lot of people think, particularly in folks who've been fighting for funding, full funding for Jersey City public schools. There is a certain disdain and contempt for the Jersey City public schools that comes from this administration. It comes in the form of saying, literally was said tonight by Mayor Fulop, into the abyss of the Jersey City Public Schools, right? Putting money into the abyss of the Jersey City Public Schools. And that's the framework that the schools are being viewed in. And there's a contempt here for that. And I, for one, I get it. There are issues and concerns to be dealt with. But my stuff don't stink either. We got our own issues in city government here in Jersey City. And so we all need to do better. We all need to work on this. But it's that contempt that we've seen time and time again here in Jersey City. We've seen it when it came to the Friends of the Lowe's and how they were dismissed and disregarded. We've seen it with the Katyn Memorial and how folks were there. And I voted for those things, by the way, right? But more than anything else, even if I thought that it was maybe a good idea, I'm left with the idea that I'm disgusted by the contempt and the lack of respect that's accorded to the people who have built this city and who take care of our children and take care of our communities here in Jersey City. And so for all of those reasons, because I think this project, this school is built on the wrong foundation. It's not built out of aspiration and out of the opportunity to build something great for Jersey City. No, it's built out of the contempt of trying to build a new Jersey City that leaves everyone else behind. And for that reason, I'm voting no on 1035 and aye on all the rest.
Okay, Councilperson LeVar, I just want to reiterate or just go over what you're voting no on. So you did say you were voting no on 1025 and 1035 and aye on all the rest. Councilperson LeVar?
Yes.
So 1025 and 1035 no, and aye on all the rest, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Councilperson Rivera.
I vote aye on all. 1035, I'll abstain because I'm an employee of High Tech High School, and that's it.
Okay. And Council President Waterman.
Well, first of all, I want to thank everyone for calling in. It was a long night, but it was not as long as we anticipated. So, I'm glad for that. But I want the public to know where I stand when it comes to schools, period. I believe in any opportunity we have to build a school for children, we should. I believe that strongly. I don't want to discriminate against a child going to a charter school or a child going to a county school or a child going to a conventional or traditional public school. I don't want to discriminate against that, because what we do in that we teach children that this school is better than that school, and therefore I could be better than you. Anytime we have an opportunity to vote on a school, I believe that we should. Not too long ago, a couple of months ago, we voted for a public school downtown. I mean, that was on mayor with Councilman Solomon. He fought for that school for the kids to go. We voted on that, but we had obstacles, with that school. We're about to finish the school that we started down here on Montgomery Street. That school's about finished, and that's a public school. So to me, when we say, we believe in children, then to me, if an opportunity comes that we have a chance to build a school, regardless of what category it falls under, we should vote for it, because when you look at it, we all pay taxes. We all pay taxes. All of our taxes go to a charter. It goes to, the conventional public schools. It goes to the county schools. All our taxes do. So I don't like discriminating against kids when it comes to education. I believe what we should do, and I welcome really the conversations that we put all of our egos aside, because that's part of our problem, even from the state on down, because, the state didn't dish out a good return when it turned over the school back to, the school board. I mean, they left them with a deficit. But if we can see the importance of really working together and put aside our egos and put aside our dislikes and really put the children first, I really think we can come up with some type of solution. But the truth is, Until we do that, we'll be back here at another time just saying, okay, we don't want this, we don't want that. Because the only ones that get hurt is the children. And my heart goes out to all those children that said, you know, how their school, you know, how the school is itself, you know, with the flooding and things like that. I don't believe no child should have to go into an environment like that to learn. It's really difficult too, you know. So if we can put our differences aside and get rid of all our egos, I think we really can sit down and come up with a solution, because the school debt will be until, you know, until whenever, because there's no solution right now. All right. We're not sitting down and we're not talking. We talk at each other, but we don't talk with each other. And to me, that's a big difference. And so I'm for building all kinds of school. I am. I was concerned about kids who may not have an opportunity to get to that level of STEM. I was concerned about that because I believe some kids may need a little help and then they can qualify for certain schools. So I made my voice very loud with that point, that they need to have a mechanism in place that these children can get an opportunity if they desire one or their parents desire one. And not only that, when it comes to the Liberty Science Center board, that board is set up, even if we are never here, that board is set up for the Ward F council person to be on that board. And to me, whoever's in that seat, you have a responsibility to the residents to make sure that there's always a fair distribution of students coming from that area. So we have a responsibility, but I'm telling you, I welcome the opportunity to sit down and talk. Let's put aside our egos, because when we look at both budgets, the majority of all of our budget is with administration, police on the city side, and administration on the board side. So when it comes to really taking care and maintaining stuff, that's where we have to have a conversation, see how we can work together to make it happen. So I'm for building schools, I am. And I don't discriminate against any child, because I think to me that's a form of discrimination. You can disagree with me, that's fine, I understand that. Because when you said one cannot have and the other could, to me, that's discrimination, because I know what discrimination is, because I've been discriminated against. All right. And so with that, Sean, I vote aye on all of them.
Thank you. Just to recap, items 10.23 and 10.24 are approved 9-0. Item 10.25 is approved 8-1 with Councilperson Lovato voting no. Items 10.26 through 10.34 are approved 9-0. Item 10.35 is approved 6-1 with Council Members Solomon and Lovato voting no and Councilperson Rivera abstaining. Okay. On to the balance of our resolutions, items 10.36 through 10.40. Again, items 10.36 through 10.41. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzeri.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lovato.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Items 10.36 through 10.41 are approved unanimously 9-0. Before I ask for a motion to adjourn, I just want to say a big happy birthday to my Deputy City Clerk, John Hallinan. And thank you, John, for staying with us tonight and not taking the day off and the night off. Really appreciate it. Got a dedicated staff. Again, Amanda, John, Marlene, and Bernadette, thank you guys. Without you guys, this stuff wouldn't happen. And again, with that being said,
Motion to adjourn.
motion to adjourn at 12:04 a.m. by Councilperson Rivera. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Ridley. All in favor of the motion to adjourn at 12:04 a.m. All council members by acclamation, please say aye.
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 We're out of here at 12:04 a.m. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. council members, members of the public, thank you for your patience during this time. And remember, please stay diligent, wear that mask, and try to get that vaccine as well. Please stay safe, everyone. Have a great night, and best of luck to everybody. Take care.
Good night. Happy birthday, John and Sean.